Alrighty. Yes. Demeter. We're doing Demeter. Louder than normal today. Oh, there we go. I knew there was a way out this way.
Looks like some sort of old office complex.
The greenhouse. Ferro Automated Solutions industry-leading biotech research facility.
Jelly? Okay?
Remediation. Organic
Don't throw the switch, baby.
Whatever your company needs, here at the greenhouse, we'll help solve
Okay.
your problems. Naturally.
A Ferro research facility.
The greenhouse. Ferro
It's-
Automated Solutions industry-leading biotech research facility.
Oh, here's how we learn about these.
A metal flower. Demeter should be right beyond that door. But those vines are blocking the way. Unless I can cut through them, I'm gonna need to find another way in.
I don't like it when Daddy goes to work. I know, honey. But unfortunately, that's what adults have to do.
No way out.
I'm not playing it for you.
No, that's way for you, dear.
Yuppie! Hello, we'll go see the other character after the plot point. No, I didn't go to him yet. I was waiting for you to show up. So we'll do it after.
Didn't have the heart to tell Harris that our cure might be worse than the disease. Even if adamantine wreath works, we still have to prove we can curtail the trailing plants efficiently. But Cobble's team is working on it over at Test Station Ivy. He'll come through. He has to.
Adamantine wreath.
Adamantine wreath. That's why we can't break through them.
Well, they made the metal flowers here and the vines, so maybe I can find a way to destroy them. If I can find Test Station Ivy.
You like her new outfit? Like a pterodactyl. A headpiece. Also, unlock some really cool physical attacks. You can attack someone, jump off them, and attack someone else, and it's fucking great.
Whoever they are, they want me dead. I better be careful.
It is, but there are no pterodactyls in the game. It's just the headpiece makes her look like a pterodactyl. How do you get down? Jump out? Door is locked though. Game. How do I get out? This way? Okay. Not making it very clear. Yeah, so I actually got almost all of her skills. Most of her skills. I'm starting on getting her more physical skills because they're kind of fun.
I could take those soldiers out quietly.
There's a barbarian in the compound. She got past the lookouts. Find her, kill her, and bring her head to the lieutenant.
Understood.
I guess diplomacy's off the table.
Ready if you do.
When Marines is such an interesting
Tired
name.
of the whole damned continent.
Come on. There's movement. You could be right.
Oh yeah, she can also charge up her spear now. One of the things I've unlocked.
A corpse! So start searching! Stay sharp.
Doesn't last very long though.
Been attacked. Watch for an attacker. No sign of anyone. Sorry.
Good job no one
They want to
attacked
run.
me
They
and
don't
Hank.
just... It was good. We
Who
mostly
goes
just
there?
relaxed.
You did this!
I need help here!
You're in trouble now!
Yeet! Oh, the tent was in the way.
Good enough, Doc. Protect
Tent
the
was
site.
in the way.
Kill her.
I love that she just jumps off people now. You killed your friend too.
You think you can ambush me, do you? Protect the site! Kill her! I have you.
I really wish these people would have talked to me instead of trying to kill me.
I mean, do we have conversations ever in this game?
Courtyard.
Bad people?
That door looks promising.
I submit. Do as you will.
I didn't want to fight your friends out there. They attacked me.
If by death alone I can atone our trespass.
I'm not gonna kill you, okay? I just want to figure out what's going on. Where did you get that focus?
I'm of the chosen people. The Quen. The ancestors left the power of the focus to us alone, the eye that reveals the legacy.
The legacy, huh?
The legacy? The truth. It is in the darkness and the lost places. Among the ancient ashes and the bones of the before that it lies hidden. As a diviner, it is my task to seek it out for the good of my people.
You're looking for data. Maybe we can help each other. What's your name?
Alpha. Second diviner of the Eastern Expedition.
I'm Aloy. Why don't we start again? I've never heard of the Quen.
Our lands lie across the Great Ocean. We haven't been here before.
So why come now?
Our homeland has been ravaged by freakish weather. Terrible storms and blistering droughts. The crops are failing, the people are starving. When we looked for answers, it was proposed that if we had the courage to cross the ocean to Legacy's landfall, then we might earn the knowledge we need to save our people. But so far, that knowledge has eluded us.
So, your people call this place Legacy's landfall?
No. Landfall is where we arrived. To the west, in the shadows of the sunken city by the broken bridge.
You mean San Francisco?
Yes. You're
It's in
well-versed in the
California
legacy.
now.
It was a place of great importance to our ancestors. We had hoped to learn their secrets there, but so far that door remains closed. Even so, the data we discovered there has led us to this place. It might be our last chance.
To find something that can save your crops and your people.
Yes. If the ancestors will be generous to us once more.
So you said your ancestors left your tribe that focus?
Yes. 13 diviners have possessed this one since it was discovered among the ruins in our homeland. I have their honored names committed to memory.
So you have one, but none of the soldiers out there did.
We each have a role to play. No, it is the diviner's purpose to seek out the legacy, interpret the wisdom of our ancestors for the good of all, and to keep it safe, so that no one but the diviners know how to use a focus. Not even the Imperial family, and certainly not soldiers.
So how many diviners are there?
At landfall, a small group. Back at home, a few dozen more.
They're in
That's a
for a
guess.
treat.
Only the overseers know for sure, and I am not of their rank.
So you call data from the ancient past the legacy?
Yes, all that is not lost or forbidden.
You okay?
What does that mean?
You good,
All
Jelly?
that we are capable of reading, and that which is permitted.
Okay, I'm not sure I get it. That's fine. So what do you use the data for?
The greatest secrets are
Jelly.
the ones that improve the lives
Are you good? Okay.
of many. How to tend our crops,
I
how to
couldn't
hold
hear you.
floodwaters back, or even cross the ocean.
Technology.
That is what I seek here. Technology that can help my people back home.
Those soldiers, They opened fire on me without warning. Why?
It is the duty of the Quen to seek out the legacy and defend it from the ignorant and envious. Not that you seem ignorant. But back home, other tribes only mean us harm, and we were told the same was true here.
Does that come from your legacy?
The legacy is truth. But we have been known to misinterpret it. I hope time and the wisdom of our ancestors will guide us down the correct path.
Yeah. I hope so too. I'm looking for a place in this facility called Test Station Ivy. Have you found any data that mentions it?
No. But I did find something that looks like a map, but it was unreadable. Lost.
Maybe I can make some sense of it.
There.
There's a lot of files here.
I've been through all of them. Look in the GH facility section. Like I said, a lost file.
You can't see the map? It's okay. It looks like your focus is an early model. The operating system won't be able to read any files created after the mid-2050s. But I could share them with you.
Share them?
So she has like the original version of a
You can
focus.
see what is lost and forbidden.
Not lost, not forbidden, just a newer format. There.
The focus she
That's
had
where
was
I need
probably a
to go.
test model.
But you can't get there. We've been here for a week trying to get deeper into the complex. The way has been blocked by rubble.
What about this tunnel? It looks like it unlocks from here.
No. I thought these might be some kind of access controls, but I couldn't read enough data to make them work.
Let's try with my focus, okay?
You maybe should want to give yours.
I believe these consoles were meant to be operated in unison, but I'm not sure.
Pharaoh was such a fucking dick. Like even before making killer robots.
Okay, here we go.
Following your lead. The ancestors have shown us the way.
Come on, let's go.
You want me to come with you?
It took both of us to open up that tunnel, didn't it?
This place is a maze.
According to the map, there should be another exit further in. Just stay close.
Lead the way. I can't believe you actually got through. I was already They slaughtered the barbarians that approached the site. It was like they enjoyed it. Most of my people aren't like that, I promise.
If you say so. Oh, fire gleam. Better stand back.
Yeah, Alva, you don't want to get close. Stuff explodes.
Well, that was loud. There has to be a way out of here.
here.
A dead end. Maybe we should try another path. We haven't tried that smaller tunnel over there.
According to the map, the exit should be this way.
Books.
Must have taken a wrong turn. I'll be glad to get back above ground.
Yeah, it feels like a tomb down here.
Very twisty, turny tune. Yes. What the god's name? Is that a bat? Was that a giant fucking bat?
Good.
They fly to and from the complex several times a day. Only the ancestors know why.
Well, the ancestors are dead, Elva.
Of course. How else could they be ancestors?
He's adorable.
Looks like we have more pressing concerns. Follow my lead. Machines.
Yes.
We can
Good job.
fight them.
Thanks to the
Don't
David
try to
Trent
sneak
soldiers.
past.
They can override tracker blowers now.
Yeah, I've opened all the cauldrons now.
Things get wild whenever a long leg's involved.
Good chicken.
We should stay quiet.
Okay. In the bush. Fine.
A vent. I think I can pull it open. Got it.
I'm right behind you.
Yeah.
I will die.
No, that's only for the big switch. On the other
The
side.
entrance to the complex. Looks like it's locked off.
Hmm.
Maybe we can get through that hatch on the ground. It looks like the one we used at the first station. There's consoles up here too.
But no way to get to them. You stay put. I'll see what I can find. I think I can move these things. There we go. Huh. There's some space back there. This should help. There we go.
It looks like some sort of conveyor. You think you can move it over to me?
Yeah. If you can hop on top of it, I can get you to those consoles.
Exactly. Hold it there. Let me just... I jumped on top.
Hold on.
That's good. Jumping over. Made it. I'm at the console. Wait. There's data here. A lot. But it's blocked. Something's restricting access. If I can't get past it, my mission here is doomed.
Alva, I'll help. If I can, okay? But first we have to get out of here.
Right. We need to open the hatch. Okay, let's see. Okay. I'm unlocking a storage unit. There should be a power cell inside. Then you need to find a way into the generator room.
Okay, I'm on it. I gotta move this. I found the energy cell.
Now find a way into the generator room.
I need to get it.
Doesn't look like the generator's in this room. It has to be somewhere else.
Can't take the energy cell with me. Or how to open the door. Ah!
Aloy, would you mind warning me next time you decide to, blow up a wall?
I'll, try.
Okay. That brought power back to the doors. You can reach me now.
On my way.
Okay. We need to operate both consoles simultaneously to open the hatch.
I'll get to the other console. You stay here.
Ready when you are.
Okay, you ready? On 2. 1, 2.
Commencing adamantine race vulnerability test scenario 12C15.
Okay, that's where we need to go.
Magnetic field engaged. Initiating biomass conversion process.
That's what the robots were using. This is how it was
No.
tried and tested.
How do I shut this thing off?
Failsafe exceeded.
This Pharaoh's stupid robots. This is how he came up with the fucking bioconversion stuff.
That's how the world ended.
Test complete. Adamantine read structural integrity uncompromised.
What did we just see?
Alva. Let's meet below. I'm gonna share a file with you, okay?
Test log. I think it's Tuesday. The 2nd? Who cares? I'll say this for the end of the world. It's jam-packed with irony. We developed biomass conversion here. Infinite food for infinite machines. And now we're racing against time to find something to give them indigestion. Well, it works. War machines won't be able to eat the reeds. But can we deploy them in time? God, I hope so.
I don't understand.
Your ancestors? They were wiped out. Your legacy didn't tell you that?
The time of ashes. But most of the data about that is lost or forbidden.
Well, they created machines that consumed all life. You just saw how. It's a miracle anything survived.
I don't want to know this. This is not why I'm here. I need the wisdom of my ancestors to help save my people, not forbidden knowledge of their sins. I need to find something that helps, something to bring back. The overseers will punish me. Or even worse, people will die. Do you understand? My family. My sister. I left her when she was
Working
14.
on fixing the
Already
Earth.
you can see her bones.
Working on it.
They will starve.
Alva. Alva. I get it. I do. It's hard to explain, but you and I are working toward the same goal. And if I succeed, your people won't need any data. Things will just... they will get better.
But even if I believe you, my people won't. I need to bring something back.
Okay. Then we'll go to Test Station Ivy. And if I can find a way to kill those vines, then I will have access to the data core. What I need is in there. I'm pretty sure that if I take it, it will unblock access to all the data that this place has. And that will give you something to bring home.
I'm not sure I understand. But every secret makes its own maze. A diviner must persevere. Go on. I'll follow.
We need to keep moving. Test Station Ivy can't be far off.
But she automatically grabbed the
Another maze. The road to truth is never a straight line.
like you could climb up, but no. Excuse me. Please move.
They were supposed to stop the destruction that caused the time of ashes?
Looks like it.
So, I never asked. Are you from around here?
No, I'm not. Spent most of my life in a place far to the east.
We both traveled a long way then.
Okay. Let's find a way to get into the proving ground. That complex should be test station Ivy.
Well, let's hope it holds the answers we seek. It's so still.
I mean, it looks like the bigger trees survived.
Keep your guard up. Whoa! It's one of those machines!
Giant bat.
It can turn invisible.
We're gonna have to take it out to get into the test station.
Bat.
Terrifying.
Red wings.
Carrying one of the metal flower. Well, you helped. We should be able to get into test station Ivy now. There has to be some data here on the adamantine wreath we can use.
I trust your focus will see what mine cannot. Oh, that's interesting.
Find something?
The fourth test station. Willow.
This
It
console's
looks like
still
it's
operational.
underwater.
Huh. That might be worth a look sometime. Another log.
We're done in every way. The wreaths work, and Cobble came through. Our way to destroy them. Downloading a coded key into the deployment shell triggers an enzyme that causes the wreaths to eat themselves from within. But it's too late. The latest projections from U.S. Robot Command have swarm reproduction outpacing our ability to drop the shells.
Shouldn't you have already started dropping the shells before you knew how to get rid of the vines?
Not even close.
Just because having a bunch of vines growing over everything is a lot better than the fucking killer robots.
I deserve it for what I
Should have been just doing whatever you could to slow it down anyway.
Before evacuation.
So all their efforts were in vain. They ran out of time.
At least we have the software module they created. It should get rid of the vines produced by the metal flowers. I need a workbench to load the module onto my spear.
There's one back at our camp. The map showed a path leading back there past the next room.
Like people didn't like it.
In here. We'll have to climb up.
Right behind you!
Up? Oh, there we go.
We can use the line to get down.
I mean, I jumped most of the way down by myself.
But we better make haste. After... encountered Barbic, now what?
Now, we get to that data core.
As I was saying, I still can't believe you took on all these soldiers by yourself. But we better make haste. After we encountered barbarians, our lieutenant called for reinforcements. They could be here any time.
Right.
Rid of these.
Let's hope this new module works. Power's blooming. Let's see if the software works.
Vines. They're falling apart.
Door's clear now.
The data core looks intact.
Time to bring Demeter home. Demeter, it's time to go home. To Gaia.
I'll see you in the morning. Gust.
Elizabeth Sobek. Alpha Prime.
Master override activated. Restoring Demeter's subordinate function to original code.
What did you do? I've never seen my focus glitch like that.
I found a special type of data. It's something you can't read. But they kept a tight grip on the data core. But now you should have access to the central server. All of it. Should give you something to bring home.
You were right. Hundreds of archives. Almost all of it relating to agriculture. It would take us years to get through all of this. But we don't have that kind of time. What you said before about... Alva! Hold your fire! By the word of the ancestors, you must stop. Come. Look at who you fired on.
That barbarian killed our soldiers!
Only those who fired blindly. She is no barbarian. She gave me the data we need. Come, look at her. Can't you see? Elizabeth Sobek stands
She
before
knew.
you. An ancestor reborn.
She knew the whole fucking time? I mean, I guess if they have archives from the war, they would know who Elizabeth is.
Diviner. We should bring the ancestor back.
It is we who follow their word, Commander, not the other way around. My apologies, Dr. Sobek. Our people's faith is strong, but there are those who are not as familiar with the legacy as they should be.
You heard the diviner. The data has been found. You two, with me.
Great, you just created a whole clan of worshippers now.
We'll return to landfall.
I can't talk long. They will have many questions.
So do I. Your people know a lot about the past. And about Sobek, I guess, but they're...
Please, I must know. What you said before about working towards the same goal, how long will it take?
I don't know. A few months?
Then you are my family's best hope. Let nothing get in your way. You have opened my eyes to many things, and for that, I thank you. But now you must go.
Will I see you again?
Soon we return to Legacy's landfall. It might be dangerous for you to go there.
Well, tell me how to reach it, just in case.
We made landfall on the northeast edge of the sunken city. The currents around the archipelago are vicious, and the only approach is from the south. And it is guarded. Only attempt to go there if you must.
Diviner, what's the delay?
Please, go. If you attempt to stay here any longer, they may want to take you with us, and that won't go well for anyone.
I better do as Alva says. I need to get Demeter back to Gaia anyway. I might want to explore the area before I make the trek back to base. And now I can use the vine cutter on those other metal flowers I found earlier.
Yeah, I'll save that for later. Kind of reached the point where they want to commit time and effort back to get. They gave them different markers now. You gotta stop doing that. Okay. You wanted Jumpy. Are you still here? You want to see AJ signs? Las Vegas. Like he was for a moment. Okay, we're going there. Alrighty, he is.
You're welcome, Outlander.
He is. The fuck is he? Likes to hang out in a weird place. I don't know where it is. It's not inside. There he is. Let's see. Oh yeah, he's doing the fucking air balloon. Hot air balloon bullshit. The man right here.
An improved, amazing, elevating orb.
Him.
Oh, see the world from spectacular.
You could hear it.
I see you have a new orb ready to go. It looks, assembled.
Yes, yes. As promised. It's a veteran of numerous test flights by yours truly. All successes. No interruptions in the air.
No issues at all? How did you do it?
A complete top-to-bottom reimagining of the orb with an eye toward the
It shocked me it was in this
and
game.
reliable air travel.
It's great though, I can't unhear its Hodgins.
This time, you know, in case one breaks.
Smart.
And safe. Peace of mind is included with every ascent and descent. I guarantee. What do you say? Word got around about our last adventure. Having you go up with me again would, you know, encourage the more skittish in the crowd.
Absolutely fucking not. Chill your fucking face. We crashed last
Sure, I'll
time.
have plenty of other customers soon.
Oh, yeah, no, I was hoping we would fly again, but hey, you're always welcome back, Aloy. Anytime.
So weird. He's the most recognizable voice. Okay. We're pretty much heading into the endgame stuff because this should be Hephaestus over here somewhere. Hephaestus and the other people. Only put like 40 hours into this game. It's cool. Yeah. Right? Think about that. There's a lot of voice actors to this game. I was just looking through them, and like most of them I don't recognize names at all. There's a lot. There's over probably like 70. Because of how many side voices there are.
So this Hephaestus, he's like Gaia's own personal blacksmith.
I don't really do the overrides that often. But can do more now.
Aloy, there are more supplies in the chest. Help yourself.
Thank you.
Huh. The door's unlocked now.
Which door? Which door? This door?
This is gonna take a while.
There's a lot of equipment in here. Gaia, what was all this for?
Yeah.
This room was designed for management.
There's some that are multiple side voices, but there's a lot more actors in this than I was expecting.
Control center operatives would have monitored new crop rotations into the automated farmlands, now known as Plainsaw.
I see. According to this console, there are still thousands of plant samples stored deep below the facility. I could ask Gaia about them the next time I talk to her.
Apparently it takes work the longer it takes to deliver.
You busy?
One must never be idle when at war. But there is always time to speak to one's commander.
Oh, that's not really how I see myself.
It is how we see you.
Anything interesting happen while I was away?
I found an acceptable place to practice with my blade.
Good.
Oh, and where's that?
Outside, above the base. There's a nest of sunwings that are always up for a fight.
Ever thought of sparring with something that's not trying to kill you?
That would defeat the purpose of the training.
But you could die, bro.
Anything else you've been looking at with that focus?
I haven't seen it.
Gaia showed me the knowledge you recovered out in the desert. I am no chaplain, but I'd be curious to test if something I read is true.
What is it?
The old ones believed one could hear the great waters, even in the middle of the desert, if you carried the carcass of a...
No! That's not how it works! It's not a carcass! They're not carcasses, bro! Shells are not carcasses! He's talking about seashells.
water animal with you. They called them seashells.
Okay with you guys. No!
That sounds kind of gross.
It's actually not hearing the sound of the water. You're hearing your own ear. And wind trapped in the shell.
Varl has asked to learn the differences between my people's clans, so I've been teaching him to knock the history.
I love the way they
It is
see
heavy
things.
with blood and death, but also with honorable deeds and vanquished tyrants. Maybe you'd like to hear about it as well, when our mission is done.
I'd be honored. I'll let you get back to your training.
And so will I.
Beta's been difficult to figure out. She's just so closed off. I get that the Zenith Base was cruel to her, that the one called Tilda abandoned her, but I can't get her out of her shell. I don't know. Maybe nothing can. I know Varl meant well, bringing up Rost. I guess it's hard to talk about. With everything going on, it feels easier to set those memories aside. At least for now.
Are you sure that's what the data says?
I'm telling you, it's a drink. Looks like you got
The
what you
soft
want.
drink on it.
Yeah. It's almost time to go after Hephaestus.
Finally, we get to rock and roll. Yeah, at least that's how the old ones.
You guys are getting way too much into the old one stuff. Calm down.
Bet you're used to that focus by now.
Well, I can hit machines in their weak points. I guess that's something. I wish all the other data was as easy to deal with. To be honest, it's hard to understand half of what's on there. And then the other half reminds me, this isn't a fight you can win by just waving a hammer. Which is kind of what I do. But hey, that just means I gotta study harder. Make myself useful.
Just give it time. What else have you been studying with your focus?
Yeah, I've been looking into this Vegas place you found. Gaia showed us everything that happened when you went to get that Poseidon thing. I mean, this Merlin guy seems pretty smart. Though, risking it to knock clan lands for a light show is a bold move.
His crew knows how to handle themselves. Mostly.
Right.
Anything happen I should know about?
Zoe asked us to help her bring more plants in here. Not for eating, apparently. Yeah, if you ask me, the place is fine as it is. Metal might be plain, but it's sturdy. Nothing wrong with that. Who needs a bunch of vegetation?
I found out more about the Sons of Prometheus. They definitely have a base. It's a place called First Forge. We just have to find it.
First Forge? All right, that's it then. I know where that is.
You found one of them? A Sons of Prometheus operative?
He was posing as a Delver, but my focus locked onto his. When he saw me coming, he ran. I caught up with him, and he tried to crush his focus. But there was still data on it. A bunch of locations and coordinates. One of them was called First Forge. I didn't know what it meant till now.
Nice job.
You know me. Ancient tech expert.
Send me those coordinates, okay?
Now hold on, Aloy. I'm coming with you. Sarah's the last of a line of killers that murdered Ursa. And I need to be there when she goes down.
Of course. Send me the location and I'll call you when I'm close.
All right then.
I should get going.
Say hi to Gaia for me.
Aloy, is that what I think it is?
Just need to merge it with Gaia, and she'll have enough power to handle Hephaestus.
Good news. So, what can I do for you?
I hope Zoe's not upset I'm distracting you from your training.
Yeah, I don't think you have to worry about that.
What do you mean? What happened?
Before Zoe found a way to fix the land gods, I suggested that when Gaia was fully restored, she could just make new ones.
Well, once we get Hephaestus, that's definitely a possibility.
That's what I said, but I guess there was something about my tone she didn't like. She got pretty raw, said I didn't understand the way her tribe feels about those machines. Which is true, of course, and the last thing I'd ever want to do is dismiss their traditions. But I was trying to look at things differently. More like you know? To see a machine as just a machine.
She doesn't, yes.
Yeah, I guess I led you into trouble there, didn't I?
Not your fault. Don't worry.
Did you talk to Zoe after your fight?
I suffered through a few hours of glaring silence. Then she seemed to move on. Sort of. How do people do this? How do I know if the next thing I say won't blow up in my face? What if an apology is not enough next time?
You give her a stuffed animal?
You're the worst. You know that?
What makes you think I know anything about any of this?
Right, we don't date. We've not dated.
Abandoning me again, huh? Well, if she kills me next time, it's on you.
You know what? She's fully possible of killing you.
You did it, Aloy.
Let's hold off on the ale till it's over and done with.
I'll let Aaron know.
Aloy, you've returned. And you come bearing gifts. Does this mean we'll soon be able to uproot the Zeniths from our lands?
That's what I'm hoping.
Good.
It looked like you were working on something over there.
With Gaia now growing in strength, I've been trying to find a way to heal the land gods, even if some people think I should give up on them.
Already said I was sorry.
Your friend thought it'd be a good idea to replace the land gods with new machines when Gaia recovers.
It wasn't.
The land gods have taken care of our people for generations. They are not some broken toy to be thrown away. Even if they are just machines doing their job, to abandon them in their time of suffering seems cruel.
I'm sure Varl understands that too.
He does now. I had to get pretty mad at him at first, though.
You know I can hear you guys, right?
Varl looks pretty focused.
He's been obsessing over the data revealed to us by Poseidon. Just the other day, we read about mountains hiding deep underwater that spew fire. If I understand correctly, Gaia said the flames they release come from the very center of the earth, like a heart beating with the life of the world. As always, the cycle can be found in even the most unlikely of places. Of course, Varl's mostly interested in watching explosions happen underwater.
I mean, can you blame him? That's amazing.
You ever play that board game Aaron set up?
Strike? I'm the one who gave it to him. I was hoping it'd distract him enough to spare us that ruckus he calls death metal. No such luck.
I should get going.
If you need me.
It is good to see you again, Aloy. I see you have recovered Demeter.
Yep.
There we go. More data for the dome.
With Hephaestus.
Aloy. With the acquisition of Ether, Poseidon, and Demeter, my heuristic processing density has expanded greatly. I should now be able to absorb Hephaestus, and fortunately, we have made progress on a plan to capture it. With Varl's encouragement, Beta analyzed all available information on Hephaestus. Its expansion has been rampant. It is too large to be beamcast, and the kernel you have been using could never hold it. Therefore, it must be contained in a location with a direct physical connection to me. A place with 2 data cores.
2 cores. Where would we find a place like that? Gemini.
An abandoned cauldron in the desert west of here. Seismic activity disrupted the original construction. 2 data cores were built as a result.
I know that place. It's near the Desert Clan's capital. We'll have to bring you there by hand.
I have devised a blueprint for a suitable, albeit unwieldy, transport rig. It will require 2 people to carry it to Gemini.
I can help.
Once I am installed on the first core, I will call down Hephaestus on the other, trapping it. I will then initiate the merge. However, in order to construct the rig, I will need considerable help.
Can you build it? I suppose I could, but it's not gonna work. The Zeniths will find you. Minerva won't be able to conceal your location.
That is correct. Absorbing Hephaestus will create a significant power surge, easily detected by anyone capable of noticing.
But what if there were multiple power surges? To fake out the Zeniths? If Erend, Zoe, and Katalo spread out to the other cauldrons and create their own surges, would those conceal the one at Gemini?
Analyzing. Such a tactic might be effective. With Beta's help, we should be able to build a set of handheld pulse generators.
I told you it's not gonna work. I did a test. Hephaestus has written Alpha Clearance out of its access module. You'll never be able to capture it. Then we need a higher level of clearance. There is no higher... Ted Pharaoh's Omega Clearance. The one he used to purge the Apollo database and kill the Alphas. But to get it, you would have to find Thebes. The private bunker he retreated to when the world ended.
Oh, we get to find out what happened to him.
Nobody knows where that is, not even the Zeniths. Their only intel was that it was somewhere in San Francisco. That might be all I need. Alva, the Quen diviner I met, said her people had set up a base at landfall. They were searching for data in San Francisco from there. She might be able to help. So I guess I'm headed all the way west. While I'm gone, will you be able to build the rig and the pulse generators? I'll try.
I'll make sure she has what she needs.
We get to find out what happened to him. Because he fucked up everything.
Alva said the Quen have a ferry on the coast.
He didn't want people to know they were guilty.
That's where I need to go.
I'm assuming he just died in a fucking man cave.
Aloy, I have managed to unlock an additional room near the servers.
Understood.
I'd like that.
I don't think that door had power before, but looks like it's malfunctioning. Looks like some kind of maintenance space. I wonder where this leads. Power cells? Huh. That did it.
Aloy? A bunch of lights just turned on up here? Was that you?
Oh. Huh. Yeah, I guess it was. It's you.
What did I do? They lit up the place.
So, we're fighting immortals from the stars now? Looks like it. What's next? Wizards in the moon?
I don't know why it automatically connected. Fast though, since goodbye.
Your blade be bright. May your enemies fall. Strike true as the...
Never thought I'd miss me. We're stuck on Gargite.
Seems we're gone. We share the same. The Caro commands my
Caro's on.
You can rest your feet and blade here.
I
machine. Stop saying that.
Now they're mad. The area they weren't wanted to explore should be just past this beach. If there's any useful relics down here, my focus should be able to spot them. Just gotta be careful with all these machines. This should work. Move it.
Be able to hide in the kelp.
Denor.
where it's at.
Alright. I've got enough relics for Denor. I should take them back.
Do that just not yet. You don't have to come get me. I'll come to you. Right back. The San Francisco Bridge still, it's still standing.
no choice but to head for that beach. No one's guarding this side of the ferry either. Where are the Quinn? They're in landfall, I guess. I better go find it. Should be to the northeast.
Right on the way.
Oh, not happy to see me? No!
Hey, fire's hot. Oh, fuck. They haven't really used stalkers very much this game, as much as they did in the first game. God! Definitely are still a pain in the ass.
Sending the signal.
Oh, it's in the water. Does that mean there wasn't water here before?
Dogs. Careful.
What this looks like underwater. Rumpled.
Maybe my focus can tell me more. Something seems to have knocked the tarmac down. Maybe the current. I would take a look at the damage. Let the kid dry at least. Stuff for the stash.
This is a familiar sight, tall ass buildings.
I just have to get to them.
Don't look at me. Not here. your ass around.
I'm here.
You're annoying me. I don't have the patience for you.
Wonder if this is where those sunken tallneck parts ended up.
What? Grab it. When? I don't understand what this game do. The jumping. Honestly. I just want to climb. I don't want any fucking special puzzles. I'm over it. Jump button is so bad. Because they try to make all her jumps really fancy and it just makes the gameplay really bad. Just have her jump. No spins. Nothing fancy. Just regular fucking jumping. Oh yeah? Guess I could have used this to sneak around the bird. At least it's available.
Gliding.
What's over here?
That looks like the part I'm looking for. Down, one to go.
Oh, this is a stadium. Stadium seats. The big dome thing. It doesn't look like I can climb that. I need to swim. For her to get on that rope with Willem. I just need to swim.
What, me? I can keep going. Second tallneck part. I should get these back to the tallneck.
The whole stadium is underwater mostly. Here, why are you? Marker is so weird.
I should return these parts to that tallneck. Get that fixed. Let's hope this works. Ugh. Refreshing, I guess.
Get out of the fucking thing, dude.
Oh, one more to go.
Yep, can you put it in?
Should do it. Welcome back. Now I just need to find a way to climb aboard.
He's literally got a way to get over to him. Oh my god, girls. Had a way to get up on him. up there and jump onto him.
If I can go on land, I might be able to jump onto the tonic.
Put on one of these. Seems to circle around here. I'm trying to find where I can go.
I should be able to jump onto the tonic from here. Made it. Now to climb up to his head. There we go. Time to override the... It's all right. Almost done. Good. That'll do it.
Hopefully landfall has... I always reach like this point. Super tired of the open world stuff.
So these are the ruins of San Francisco.
Water in my face, could not see.
Towers. And somewhere buried out here is Thebes. I hope Alva and Quinn can help me find it. I'll keep some extra on hand. That must be the entrance to landfall up ahead.
Hey. Is that her? The living ancestor. The divine...
This is landfall, right? I'm looking for Alva.
Overseer Bohai ordered us to invite you before him should you approach. Please, come with me. Go. Let him know we're coming.
It's her!
The diviner was right.
Overseer Bohai. A stranger just walked through the gate.
I knew Alva would not dare lie. You do look like Sobek.
Is Alva here? I need to talk to her.
I will consider your request once it is determined what you are. A living ancestor, as Alva believes, or a threat, lurking in such a guise.
I am no threat, okay? Back on the mainland, your soldiers fired on me without warning.
So you say, infidel. None of those you engaged survived to bear witness.
I held off on your squad when...
May I present our honored CO.
So, here she is. Our great...
Is this Pharaoh?
mystery. Well, Bohai, what have you divined? What is she?
A mystery indeed, my CO. How can she appear as Sobek, and yet know nothing of our ways? Are we to believe that a living ancestor was born to this wretched land, an ocean apart from the realm of the chosen? And if so, to what end? I cannot answer. Only she can. But I warn you, no falsehood will satisfy us. Now speak. Why are you here? What is your purpose?
I'm looking for a place called Thebes.
And what do you seek there?
Alva told me a little bit about what you're after. I guess you could say I want what you want. A way to heal the world.
As I suspected. Tell her.
We found Thebes, the final resting place
Maybe he's
of
not.
Ted
It's just
Pharaoh's
the fact that I think
secrets.
you kind of look like him.
It isn't far, but the way is closed to us. Machine attacks have cut us off from the site. Diviner Alva is there, along with a complement of diggers and soldiers.
Is she all right?
Our scouts tell us that a machine has our people pinned behind their defenses, but they're holding out.
Machines, huh? I can help with that.
Alva told us that you are indeed formidable.
But I have a few questions first.
We will answer what we can.
So you found Thebes. How?
The ancestors revealed it to us not long after we made landfall. Almost
Is
a year
she
ago.
did.
Through a scrap of ancient data discovered by Alva and verified by myself. It contained details about the construction of a great underground palace.
Where, exactly?
Close. Beneath the Great Pyramid in the ruins beyond.
There's probably a Pharaoh building.
Ted loved his pyramids. Have you been inside?
No. That has been a problem.
We should...
And we will solve them all in time. Getting back to the site is the one at hand. I hope you're as effective.
I don't think we'll be able to get in either because
as
Faro
the
would have
fighter
wanted to
Alva
block her
suggested.
DNA out.
What exactly are you looking for inside Thebes? I thought Alva brought back the data you needed.
We risked much to cross the ocean. Therefore, we must unearth every possible link to the legacy while we are here, especially one as important as Thebes.
We will not sail back until I have plundered its secrets.
So, Alva reports to you.
I was chosen by my colleagues on the board of overseers to supervise data retrieval.
They've basically taken Ted Faro and made their own clan out of it. So it doesn't seem like they see Faro as a bad guy, even if he was. He created robots that killed everyone, and fucked everything over for the next generation of humans. Seems like they kind of worship him, though.
But
Not
on
good.
this expedition, yes.
And you're in charge of the expedition.
He is far more than that. You are addressing the cousin of the Emperor of the Quinn. Heir to the vast holdings of the Great Delta, the first CO in 5 generations.
All she needs to understand is that I am the authority here, and my will is to attain the secrets of Thebes.
Mine too. We're in luck. You crossed the ocean on these ships? Couldn't have been easy.
Greatness is never easy.
Indeed. It took 7 years just to build the flotilla. This expedition is the most important undertaking of our generation. A quest for knowledge across the gaping sea with nothing less than the fate of our tribe.
Your sales, you have a lot of sales, buddy.
And none of it would have been possible without the will of the CO.
The voyage was difficult. The wilds here even more so. Our sailors and soldiers have suffered much. I know that. But all for the glory of the Quen.
Good to know. What kind of machine has your people pinned down near Thebes?
A Thunderjaw. We've dealt with them before, but this one is...
Tougher, stronger, and it has black armor?
Yes. How did you know?
Doesn't matter. Won't be easy, but I can take it down.
Then destiny shines upon us, as I knew it would. A living ancestor now walks among us, and she will help me attain the secrets of Thebes.
Resupply here if you must. Then on to Thebes at the base of the pyramid in the ruins. We will follow when our scouts confirm you've cleared the way.
I haven't really been using the food thing. Good.
I didn't believe it, but now I see. You truly are an ancestor reborn. Good omen if I ever saw one. I'm a scout for the expedition. Whatever I learn of this strange land, I will share with you, as is my duty to the ancestors. I should tell you then. My fellow scouts found ancient ruins west of here.
I don't think there's any for the
They claim to
food.
have seen a relic of the
They're usually all
ancestors inside,
exploration
but
stuff.
Couldn't find a way to retrieve it. Perhaps a living ancestor could discover.
I
a
have
way
about
where
60%.
others could not.
From what I looked at, most of them are do a certain thing, unlock certain abilities, use a certain amount of weapons. I've gotten most of those surprisingly by accident. Ooh, I like the way that looks. Some pretty good stats. I like the way it looks, though. Yeah, Yakuza does that. These games don't really do that. The Dragoon is tempting just because it's pretty. The one I'm on has actually better stats to it.
Big pyramid to fight the Thunderdrum.
Is that what you're calling the fucking skyscrapers? Those pyramids? These. Oh, you mean that pointy building in the distance, don't you?
There you are, on the Mendel ancestors.
I can see why you would call that one in the distance a pyramid. It's not. But that one right there, I can see why you'd call it one. It is pointy. I love it. It feels so dangerous though. If you file in the wrong way, it's going right into your skull.
You bet.
Grab things while I'm here, but I'm not gonna overly explore. I think I've done enough. I always reach a point. I'd reached a point in the first Horizon where I was like, I'm done. I'll explore everything after.
Another Cyclops drone. Gotta grab.
But like, I don't mind grabbing things on the way. Fucking grab it? Lady? Why did you do that? It was literally right in front of you. God, jumping system is so fucking bad.
Jump onto that drone to get it down.
We're working on it. Honestly, miss the old jumping system. This more free range one is not great. Here we go. Climb? Oh my god. guess it's kind of a good place to jump on that thing. I guess. Here.
Got it.
Why'd you let go? I'm gonna murder this game. Some of the mechanics are just not well designed. Why would you let go? Literally didn't even have my hands on anything. No actual reason for you to do what you did.
You're mine!
Hold on to it.
I should grab the drone's data now that it's down.
Oosh.
Barbarian! Run, stranger! There's a killer machine
The
about!
machine will kill you!
Hello, big boy.
There you are. I guess we're doing this.
Not too far apart. Come on, put the shield up. I killed it. You guys are safe now.
You killed that machine!
Your CEO sent me.
Stranger! Over
I
here!
need to speak to Alva.
By all means, then. Open the gates!
Aloy! Over here! Volva, I'm glad you're okay.
Oh, you got rid of that machine. But what are you doing here?
There's something inside Thebes that I need. I went to Landfall. I met your CO. We came to an agreement, kind of.
And you're going to help us get in?
I guess so. The whole thing was a little tense.
I don't know if she can get in the normal way she would.
I don't understand what he wants from Thebes. I thought we found the data that your people needed back on the mainland.
That data will take us years to sift through. The CO wants faster results. Aloy, you have to be careful.
There they are. The legacy tells us that Elizabeth Sobek helped the ancestors cast aside all obstacles. And so it has been today.
You have been true to your word. I'm pleased. Thebes awaits us below.
Not the only one that thinks this is like a Ted Faro clone. Like an immortal version of Ted Faro.
Shall we?
Quite an excavation.
Much of this was flooded. We had to pump a great deal of water out. Behold, the door to Thebes.
A door like no other.
Oh, she's back at the base.
Well, you're right about that. It's designed to open for only one man. Ted Faro.
But the legacy tells us that he worked closely with Sobek. He trusted.
No, they didn't. No, she fixed his fucking mess. And then he fucked her project over while she was fixing his fucking mess. There's no trust between them. Absolutely fucking not. You okay? Well, she's currently in betas trying to get the containers together for the plot, so she's not just chilling.
Her. Surely she can open the door, and so surely can you.
Not gonna happen. At least not from this side.
You said she was a living ancestor with Sobek's eternal essence.
She is.
If I may, Pharaoh, great as he was, did not build his palace alone. We know this from scraps of data we found, the ones that pointed to this location. And we found evidence of passages below. Maybe they were built to aid construction. Or for servants. We can't reach them. The way is flooded and they're too far underwater, but...
Yeah, I can reach them. There might be another way in down there.
You see? With Sobek, there is always a way.
Then do what you must to get us inside.
Ah, yes, lava. That's great. Did he build his fucking bunker in a fucking underwater volcano?
There's a rupture up there. Maybe a way in. Yeah, this could get me inside.
Sure, it wasn't a volcano when he built it. Wings sounds yummy. I don't have any more wings. Okay, it's timed. No. Maybe get somewhere tomorrow, though. But I never have wings with bones. Never do that. They have them, or I could just eat them. Come on, girl. Wait, the finickiness of this? Come on. Come on, game. I hate this thing a lot. Just so fucking finicky on the fucking controls. Booth. Okay, there's gotta be a different way to go because it's not letting me do this. Don't like the controls. Coming. Booth. His name is Booth. Literally, he's related to the guy that shot Lincoln. Booth should be the one you remember. I feel like Booth has the easiest name. Oh, we have to go through it. Okay. Underwater sections are not actually that necessary in a video game.
Okay, I'm inside, but how do I let the Quinn in?
He really built a whole ass place for himself in here.
Looks like an exercise room?
Here I am again. Hiding in the gym. Writing to
Temperance.
stay sane in this
Temperance
crazy
Brennan.
place. I can't believe Grigori's dead. Our so-called spiritual leader was fine yesterday. and then suddenly passed away in his sleep, and no one will talk to me about it. They treat me like a child, whispering behind my back, as if I can't cope with death, even after the end of the world.
So he had people in here.
People in here with him, including a teenage girl.
Weird, I really thought he would have been selfish enough to be by himself, but I guess he wanted people to listen to his fucking...
The living area. It's pretty big, too.
There's nothing normal about a scientist, his daughter, a guru, and well, let's face it, a harem living through the end times in a trillionaire's underground survival bunker. But now that Grigori's gone, I'm worried things will get even weirder. He helped keep Ted stable for a couple of years, sort of. Without him, who knows? And we don't even understand what happened to him.
Girl's right. Nothing normal about Ted.
Oh, okay. Where all these go? Go. What else is in here?
I know everyone's reeling after Grigori's untimely demise. He was a deeply spiritual man who wasn't afraid to rip back the curtain and gaze where few men dare. I've asked Dr. Sumtow to, check on what happened to him. Sure he had some kind of
so I can let the
condition or something. The main point is that while we certainly miss him, we will go on. Everything's gonna be okay.
Yeah, something tells me it didn't turn out that way. Look at this place. It's pretty fancy for a survival bunker.
You actually put fucking Egyptian shit in your fucking bunker? What the fuck was wrong with that man?
Yeah, the door. Let's I can open it from the inside.
I know it's Jared and something. Jared's the brother, though. You put fucking Egyptian shit in his fucking building. We're a fucking narcissist enough.
An emergency exit function.
Emergency exit initiated.
The door is open. Destiny is upon us. I knew you could do it.
What's going on?
The CO is preparing to enter Thebes.
Daily, yeah, that sounds right. His real name is David. I think that's what you were thinking of.
Why are you dressed like Ted Pharaoh?
I am Pharaoh, renewed. My essence is the same as his. Across the years, across the generations, his soul.
No, Jack. Jack Hodgins.
His will is my will. We are sundered in only one way. I need his final testament, his deepest secrets. And now that the door is open, those secrets are within my grasp. When I have them, I will be complete, as he was. I will have everything I need to save our homeland, and, as Pharaoh did, the world.
Pharaoh didn't save the world, Pharaoh destroyed it. What the fuck?
Okay. I think there's some confusion here about who Pharaoh really was.
No one knows better than I who he was, who he is. Me. The Renewer, greatest of the ancestors. The
Man who ended the world, you mean? He created fucking machines that killed everyone. And then deleted knowledge so that no one would know he did it.
man who saved the world. And you. You understand, Sobek. You are her, Pharaoh's harbinger, his assistant. Come. We will descend into Thebes together.
Oh, just fucking stab him, please.
Bring her the raiment.
Raiment?
As he is Pharaoh, you are Sobek. For an occasion this momentous, shouldn't you wear proper business attire?
Whoa. No. No, I am not wearing that. No way.
You will wear the proper attire to mark this moment.
Or what?
It is said Sobek valued life above all else. Is this true?
Fine. I'll wear your raiment.
Right? It has no protection, it's just clothes.
Excellent. Shall we proceed?
They have the wrong view of what Pharaoh was. And it's all because Pharaoh erased his name from history. Instead that you didn't see the negative things that he did.
Look at this.
That's why he got rid of Apollo.
Grandeur.
Pharaoh's domain.
Oh, it's egotistical. It's not breathtaking, it's fucking egotistical. He made a fucking building that looks like fucking Egypt.
Most of Ted's women repulse me, okay? They're like contestants on a housewife sim pleading for the hubby's attention. But Brianna, the hollow singer, she's different. She's always been...
To think all this preserved for the ages.
As destiny intended for me.
Does. Place. The man has a fucking statue of himself in his own fucking bunker. Oh my god, he's such a shitty fucking person.
Visage, a monument to greatness.
A monument to fucking disgusting. Egotistical bullshit.
I'll give you that.
He built it like a fucking Egyptian pyramid. You're not a god, fucko.
Overseer.
Not about none that he made himself.
I think this way might
or
lead
wanted.
down.
Excellent. Remember every detail of this, Bohan, for posterity.
It will be its own chapter in your legacy.
He took the time to build this fucking bunker when the world was ending.
Wonder if Pharaoh has put that in.
Brianna told me that Grigori hacked into restricted files and found out something awful. That Ted murdered important people who worked on Zero Dawn. Did Ted punish Grigori? Kill him for discovering what he did? How could that be? Dad said there wasn't a mark on Grigori's body.
Poison.
His heart just gave out.
Find anything interesting?
I can't make sense of it yet.
Still a murderer, even after all that. Bunker.
hey, this is weird.
Yeah, I tried to warn you.
Yeah, sort of.
I'll explain everything if we survive long enough.
Those certainly look threatening.
Those are the Pharaoh.
Statues. The guardians of
Us.
Pharaoh's domain.
Please don't tell me they're still alive.
Those aren't statues. Look out!
Oh, God.
Get the CO out of here.
Guess it's just us then.
Into battle!
Not a bad hit.
Shut up! No one wants to hear your fucking opinions right now, buddy.
Brianna didn't wake up this morning. She's gone.
Oh, I hate when it does that. When you want to open something, you can't.
Thanks.
Stuff.
Where's Overseer Bohai?
He has
Brianna didn't
decided
wake
to
up this
return to
morning.
the surface. A wise
She's
choice.
gone.
We can't afford to lose any
Just
more
like
diviners
Grigori.
than necessary.
I'm looking up at the
So,
giant,
no more delays.
hideous
We must
statue of
proceed.
Ted in the Great Hall. His eyes. And I know now that he's watching me. He's watching us all. He's always had power over us. I just never knew how much.
Yes, that was.
When I built this place, when its special systems were designed, I knew what I wanted. Protection, of course. An unlimited power source, that was a given. But also... control. Over every possible eventuality. After all, you never know what'll happen, especially when the human element is involved.
What did you find?
Trust me. I don't
That he
wanna
was
know.
still an
I guess I
asshole?
don't.
After everything, even if the world had fucking ended, he's still an asshole? A surprise.
What is that? A reclining throne, attached to some kind of apparatus. I wonder what it does. An
Good.
impressive setup. What is it for?
I'm sorry, CO. I don't know. My focus can't read the data here.
What about the living ancestor? Is the data lost to her?
But you can take a dip. Talking to you. Okay, so they were giving him that immortality treatment. Which I thought was a thing they were doing, because they did it with the, Zeniths, the people that went to space. They are immortal.
Scan the device, if you will.
Go suck a... I fucking please.
Please, scan the device.
No. What? I don't think I will.
You did this for him? You put, like, off switches in everyone's heads?
Kenya, you mustn't judge me. I
You
had
put
no
kill
choice.
people's in
If I
people's
said
brains
no,
for fucking
what
Pharaoh?
would he do to us? What would he do to you? You're my little girl. I was trying to keep you alive.
For what, Dad? Seriously, why? So we can be trapped in this underground nightmare?
Scan the device.
You know what we have to do.
Shut up, buddy.
Please.
Did you find a recording, Aloy?
Yeah. I'll share it with you later.
God, that's... I wasn't sure that Pharaoh could get worse. I did think that the stuff that happened in Horizon was bad, but I thought it was more of a egotistical protect himself way. No, he's just an absolute asshole. 100%. The robot thing was probably on purpose.
What are you doing?
Make him immortal.
Made a minor adjustment to the gene therapy regimen and added a new cocktail to treat the symptoms caused by the mutations. Hopefully, there will be some stabilization after the next treatment. God knows what Ted'll do to us if there isn't. The early results were so promising. No signs of aging, no cellular degeneration, but now... Oh, if only I had access to my old lab in Bangkok, or my old colleagues, or my old liquor cabinet. Stop it. Got to stay positive. For Kenya.
You saw something. I could tell. Did the data explain what Pharaoh used this device for?
I think he was undergoing treatments to live longer. A lot longer.
Really? Could he still be alive?
Don't be foolish. If he were alive, he would have kept his essence. It would not have been passed down to me. Remember, he was the renewer. Of course, he would have stopped at nothing to grasp the secrets of life and death. But not for himself. Everything he did.
Okay. No. Everything he did was for himself. He didn't care about anyone.
Was for a new beginning. For us. For the Quen. And for his true heir. Me.
You know, I'm starting to think you're right. You do have a lot in common with Ted Pharaoh.
I knew you would see, in time. Let us continue. His secrets await. Is that a small office? For a minor functionary, perhaps?
An automated geothermal energy plant right under the city of San Francisco. A marvel. Even I can run it, and let's face it, I was always more of a visionary than an engineer, which is why I had the foresight to insist on the inclusion of a very unique feature, just in case anyone ever tries to steal my cheese, so to speak.
Look at all this equipment. We are getting close.
place started falling apart.
To the heart of this place, I can feel it.
Fell apart and suffocated him to death. Having kill switches in people's fucking heads. Terrible.
I'm going to look for another way in.
Hi, kitty.
It's worked before.
Very well. Get to it.
And
hurry! Break it open! Ah, is that a vent of some sort? Not a bad idea.
oh, go suck on your own dick and choke, bro. Shut up.
She's gone. Did she make it to the other side?
I did, I'm not telling you. Certainly not letting you in the fucking door.
A console. Maybe I can access Ted's files from here.
And for me?
There. Omega clearance. Got it. What do you have to say for yourself, Ted?
Sometimes dead. Along with his kid. Found him on the floor of his office this morning, holding hands. Must have poisoned themselves. I never would have put them to sleep. She was just a girl for
No, but you killed everyone else in the bunker with you. Jesus fucking Christ.
I offered them life, and this is how they repaid me. By leaving me all alone.
Well, you deserved way
I
worse.
guess I've been alone since this whole thing began. Alone in
You
bearing
ended the world. What do you think you fucking deserve? Nothing.
Same old Ted. No matter who dies, he's the one feeling sorry for himself.
Less his future. Less his children. Someday they'll come, and I'll be here to greet them. Some tell said my aging has stopped altogether. If anything, my cells are replenishing.
He's alive?
I just need some time for the mutations to calm down.
Mutations.
Time. And energy. Some test that the reactor can give me what I need to grow strong again. To get my shit back together. So I can greet.
What did you turn yourself into by trying to be immortal?
They're gonna need me. My advice. My guidance. And then I won't be alone anymore.
Pharaoh's secrets. Are they here?
Not the ones you're looking for.
Would you like to meet him? I think he's in the basement.
Then they must be in there.
Trust me. You don't want to go in there.
Are you mad? I haven't come all this way to stop now.
Yeah, he's in this game. I don't want to see. I don't want to see what Ted Farrow looks like after 3,000 years, 10,000 years, however many thousand years it took for the world to rebuild itself. The fact that this fucko had to make himself fucking immortal. You ended the world. Just end yourself. Why did you have... No one wants your guidance. Elizabeth didn't want you to survive. She didn't want you talking to the new race of humans. You fucked up everything for them. Why would you do this? Egotistical fuckwad. I hope he kills you too, because you're also a fuckwad. I hope just right through your chest. It doesn't sound pleasant. Is there gonna be a fucking zombie-ass creature in this game? I don't want to handle that.
Is that?
That's Ted Faro.
It's him.
I was hoping he'd kill you.
Burn it to ash.
Wait, no. Pharaoh has it rigged to melt down if...
I don't want to see it, though.
Kill them too. No witnesses.
Oh, okay. Okay. I got this. Okay, I don't got this. Jesus fucking Christ. There we go.
I want you
I don't have my armor on. They stole my armor. She's on fire! Friend is on fire! You okay,
Pharaoh rigged the
friendo?
reactor to overflow if he dies. We have to run.
I didn't even get to see what he looked like. Game, well, if you're gonna give me a creepy monster, at least let me look at him. I'm going right into flame. Too much sliding, Aloy. Too much sliding. This is very hot.
The whole place is shaking.
Go this way. Ah, lava. Oh yeah, we were in a fucking volcano. I forgot about that fact. Volcano.
Firing a shot.
Just run. Over it.
Hurry, sire!
Come on.
Out of my way!
Are you okay? Hold on. I think her game is stressing her out. What's up, baby? No, she's playing Spyro again. Hey, well, you could just shoot him. I'm okay with murder. Yes, fall in the lava. Oh, come on. Oh, yeah. That's better. No, that was better. Aha! I haven't played a game that does that in ages. What about that door? How do we get out? We need to get up there. Oh, hot lava's hot.
Soldiers,
For the ancestors! I need help here!
I'll also the platforms falling to make a bridge. It's very, like, older school video game kind of things. Yeah, that's what I meant. But the statue head thing too doesn't happen often enough for my enjoyment.
Are you okay?
What happened?
We found something that will help. Not just your homeland, but everywhere.
But where's the CO?
He's gone. I guess you could say he gave his life to help us attain the secrets of Thebes.
I see. You must think I'm eminently stupid.
What? No.
The CO was an entitled egotist who twisted our beliefs.
He's about to be like, thank you for getting rid of him.
Self-serving fantasy. And you expect me to believe he sacrificed himself for scraps of data? It's time for the truth, and it better be convincing. Otherwise, I'll simply order these soldiers to open fire.
Hold on. You're right. To be honest, the CO screwed everything up. He brought Thebes down around our ears and died like a gutless coward. But we really did find something down there that will help your homeland. If I can take it and use it. Now, if I have to, I will fight my way out of here, but it doesn't have to be that way. You can just let me go. And then take credit when things start to improve.
Success certainly does sound better than failure. It seems then that our destinies are intertwined. Landfall is open to you. If it will help your cause,
Maybe I could
you may
also
come
correct
go
you
as
that Farah was not the reason the world got better.
Alva must join you and report back on your efforts.
Ah, she's gonna come to our base.
Fair enough.
Thebes is of no further value to us. Obviously, we're going back to the flotilla. Alva, I expect your reports to be thorough.
Oh, I thought he was going to have us killed. Oh, and instead, I get to join you.
Glad to have you. But you're going to need a little help to reach our base. Varl, I made a new friend. I need you to meet her at the Quen Ferry and escort her back.
On it. Can't wait to meet her.
Trust me, you'll love it there. Varl will give you a better focus and all the data you could ever want. Head to the ferry. I'll join you back east as soon as I can.
A diviner must follow the truth, wherever it leads. I'll see you there.
Can I change my armor now? I probably could have as soon as things started going bad, honestly. So it didn't discovered his fate, but I didn't get to see what he looked like.
Having a good day?
Now that I have Omega clearance, we should have what we need to capture Hephaestus. But before I head to the ferry, maybe I should stop by Landfall. With the CO gone, maybe more Quen will be willing to talk. Might be worth looking around the island, too.
I don't feel like honest right now. I will be back later. I want to just do the plot. decorated in here. And I turned on the lights recently. Hey, what's up, Buttercup?
I wonder what it's like.
Hi. Yeah. I got that, and that's why he did the Egyptian stuff. I just hated it so much. You're so silly. I don't think we fought any. Yes, we did. You're so silly.
Oh, finally. Something good.
Yes. Oh, baby. Yeah. After my food's done, I'll make you something. Yeah, because I need the microwave. What do you want? You showed me, but I still gotta finish my food. Not yet. Mama's still using it. We'll cook it when it's done. Fishing. Yes, I put it in there. Oh, okay.
Aloy!
Right to work, I see.
There's just so much.
She's so cute.
I mean,
so
we knew
much.
the beings that served the ancestors, but Gaia? Oh, she's amazing. And you, a true reincarnation of an ancestor.
Did you see the way she did that? A true reincarnation. You've got some hips, Aloy. Let me insinuate that you've got hips. The way she did that was great. She's so fucking gay. I love it. Reincarnation.
Genetically speaking, of course, not like the, late CO. And there's more ancestors out there, returned from beyond the stars. Of course, they're trying to kill us, which is not great. And Eric Visser is with them, which is disturbing. And then there's Hephaestus, and...
Okay. How about we take it one step at a time?
You're right.
Please. I love it. I love her.
Everything that happened at landfall.
I see you've been using your new focus.
It's been fascinating. So much better than the version the Quen have. What would have taken me years to sort through, like the database you helped me recover, with this, I've been able to establish search parameters to speed up the process. This could revolutionize how diviners analyze the legacy. That is, whatever part of it the overseers would actually let us study.
You wanted data, you'll find lots of it here.
A diviner has never had this sort of unsupervised access to archives such as this. And knowing you, I suspect there is much that would normally be forbidden held within them. But I was sent here to help you.
I would be remiss to ignore any truth laid before me. Maybe it'll help the Quen find their way back.
Yeah, like not worshipping Pharaoh, that'd be good. You know, I made the joke that it would be creepy for them to worship Aloy, but maybe just do that. That's less creepy than worshipping the person that ended the world.
I imagine you don't know anyone here that well yet, but they're good group.
It's funny because one of your friends is, well, another you. Not that you are the same person at all. I mean, you are, as in, you're both genetically Elizabeth Sobek, but even so, you're different.
Yeah, we are. I hope everyone's been treating you okay.
Oh, yeah, of course. They've
You
all
okay?
been extremely welcoming. And they share the
Oh,
knowledge
okay.
they learn on their focuses with each other freely.
You're upside down? Wait, why are you upside down? Why? Why are you upside down? You upside down. Where? Hold on, I gotta get your food. I gotta get your food! I see you! I see you! You're silly! I see you! I'm getting your food! I will when I'm done getting your food! Die! Hold on! Can I get your food? I thought you were hungry! I see you! You're upside down! Why are you doing that? I don't know why! I'm wondering! We're upside down here. I gotta get my food! Jelly! Jelly! Go flirt with the coin. I don't know. Aloy seems to like when anyone flirts with her. Like, she's never mad about it.
It's refreshing. Back home, diviners can only share data with the permission from the overseers.
Sounds restrictive and stifling.
Yeah, you are not wrong.
You mentioned Eric Visser? How do you know about him?
The Zenith who tried to kill you? He is known to the Quen as the Protector. Combing through data related to his work led us to breakthroughs related to
Yeah, he
weapons
was the
and
military chief, I
tactics.
believe.
Knowledge our rulers used to conquer and expand, to become the empire we are today. That's why he's one of our most revered ancestors. But based on your encounter with him, it appears he's even more ruthless than we ever imagined. Yet another distorted interpretation in a legacy.
Also,
well,
he's been immortal for a
piecing
couple of
together
thousand
the
years.
truth.
He's probably not the same person he was.
Only the overseers back home would do the same.
Beta mentioned other Zeniths. Tilda, Verbena, and Gerard.
I'm afraid I don't know anything about them. Whatever legacy they left behind, the diviners haven't recovered.
I need to get going, but if you need anything...
All I need is to help you succeed in your mission. The plan Gaia told me about, to capture Hephaestus, it will help set things right.
I hope so.
Then I will do whatever I can. I promise.
This shows which ones we have
The
back.
cell downstairs must have turned on these holograms.
Aloy, well met. We've been briefed on our mission, and are ready whenever you wish to head to Cauldron Gemini. There is something I've been meaning to discuss with you. It's personal. If you have a moment to spare.
Found anything interesting during your training?
Gaia told me where to find data on how wars were waged in the old world. I knew the Ten fought against machines, much as we do now, but it seems they were among the last of their kind. Later, machines battled other machines on behalf of greedy leaders, as they vied for lands and spoils. At least the Tenakth have the courage to put their lives on the line when conflicts arise.
There is nobility in that. But maybe we just need fewer conflicts in the first place.
Yes, of course. Hikaru would have it so as well.
How are your studies going?
I wanted to learn more about the world of the Old Ones.
And?
I looked up this pharaoh Gaia said you went looking for, and learned about the plague of machines he unleashed. To think that the ancient world was wiped out by a mistake. A single miscalculation. There is no glory or honor in such a fate. Only hubris and pointless death.
That about sums it up.
Mm-hmm. And now, after everything I've learned about Pharaoh, it doesn't feel like it was just a miscalculation. Now it feels like he somehow purposely did this shit.
What do Tenakth do to relax? You know, to take a break from training?
We play strike. Your Oseram friend, Erend, is surprisingly good at it, although he has yet to beat me. It helps one think strategically, hones the mind for tactics.
Somehow that still sounds like training. Have you spoken with Alva?
The Quen is peculiar. Nothing like a Tenakth. Her mind is sharp, that much is certain. But it's hard to imagine her surviving in the wilds.
Trust me, she's tougher than
She was on fire and ran through a building and survived, so you know what? She's tough as fuck.
You said there was something you wanted to talk about?
I've been speaking with Gaia. She mentioned that the Zeniths bind metal with flesh to make themselves stronger. I was wondering if you'd help me do the same.
A prosthetic.
You want to make yourself a new arm?
Yes. Gaia insists she can help me build such a thing if I can get the necessary data and materials. She believes these things lie in the place where Beta hid from the Zeniths.
Their ancient research lab.
I am not as familiar.
It might be we were lucky to get out of...
I see.
It sounds like...
By the 10.
I probably won't do this right now.
I have to...
Then do...
I'll call you when we'll get what you...
Thank you.
The other times to go.
Beta's so frustrating. I don't get how she can be so negative all the time. I mean, we're clones of the same woman, and yet... she couldn't be more different from Elizabeth.
I'm sure Elizabeth had her moments of feeling hopeless. Might really not be that different as you think you are.
The old ones fed off livestock a little too much for my liking.
Some of them ate more like... There she is.
Maniacs.
I remember that next time.
At least I got...
Good thing I got...
You look tired?
Yes, I know.
You never want to hold back, are you? I've just been making sure that I got everything down for this mission of yours. I wouldn't want to be the usual screw-up out there.
You'll do fine, Erend.
Ooh, yum yum.
You've been looking at any interesting data?
I asked Gaia to find me something to look at a while back. and she found the mother of all forges. They called it sports. Turns out the old ones spent a lot of time tackling and punching each other for points in one game or another.
Of course.
Are you mixing some solid food and fresh ale? I bet half the claim will be lining up to watch.
How are things with Katalo? Are you still scared of him?
Oh, she thinks she's funny. Actually, I played strike with him. I had to fill in most of the conversation myself, but I'm still alive.
Glad to hear it. Have you spoken with Alva yet?
Yeah, when she's not reading the archives like a giddy kid drinking her first ale. She took to that new focus quick, that's for sure. I gotta say,
She already had a focus.
But I can see why you two hit it off.
I should get going.
As soon as you want us heading out to those cauldrons.
I'll give you the head.
From the look on your face, I'd say the mission was a success.
I got Omega clearance. Is everyone ready to head out to Cauldron Gemini?
As soon as you give the word.
I see all of us settled in nicely.
Our new Quen friend? The moment she laid eyes on the archives, she jumped on them like a long leg.
Yeah, that's Alva for you. This mission isn't gonna be easy. Hope you haven't been slacking off on your training.
And risk Zoe coming after me? I value my life. At least you found the Omega clearance. That should help.
Wish that was the only thing I found. I knew finding Thebes would lead me to Ted Faro, but I never imagined he'd end up like he did.
How bad was it?
I don't know. I didn't get to see it.
The world and crawled into a hole after killing those who saved it. If you ask me, he deserved whatever he got.
That he did.
I wonder if they have any files somewhere in the game that show what he ended up looking.
Once Gaia is back up and running, I expect you to put all your training to good use.
The seeds have been planted. All they need is a chance to bloom. What? I thought that was pretty good. Zoe liked it.
I'm glad you and Zoe found each other.
Don't forget, you're to blame for that.
Now that I have Omega clearance, we can grab Hephaestus and finally have the advantage over the Zeniths.
Can't wait to see their faces as they stare down a bunch of charging thunderjaws.
Better them than us, for once. I should go get this to Gaia.
Of course. Let us know when we're needed.
I don't understand why they have to restart the Earth. They came down from space because they fucked up their own planet. They should just get along with the people. You can bring technology and stuff from.
Welcome back. Good to be back. Have you met our new Quen guest yet?
I could barely keep up as she gave herself a tour of the base. Varl gave her a new focus. Though when he told her she was free to access all the data we had here, she turned so pale, I thought she'd faint on the spot. We showed her to the archive room so she could see for herself.
I don't think they do either. I was just wondering if anyone's dived into like the coding of the game and found it, because some people do that. They did that in Bloodborne a lot for bosses that didn't ever get shown or were taken out. Sometimes they're in the coding of the game. And people will pull the files from the game coding to look at things. And I was wondering if anyone had done that yet. So I want to see what he looks like.
Read anything interesting lately?
Yeah, like her face,
the old ones use leaf infusions, like the Utaru. Apparently it helps that and some cleanse their aura.
Oh, bubble baths, okay.
Me, I think.
I assume you've been looking into Demeter now that Gaia's merged with it?
Yes. It's been humbling to know that the seeds I carry in this pouch came in turn from the seeds saved for Demeter in the old world. It gives me hope that the cycle of life will prevail now, just as it did before.
You and Varl doing okay?
We're doing fine, although I admit it'd be nice, but then who'd look at—
There's always Katalo.
Leave a loud Oseram with a brooding to— What could go wrong?
What's everyone been up?
I've been trying to share some of my meals with Beta. Thought it might help her feel more at home. Maybe even get her to sleep up. She would not be moved.
I appreciate you trying.
Patience reaps the best
I didn't sneeze.
I'm not giving up hope yet.
I didn't sneeze. I have sniffles,
How are
but I
things
didn't
with everyone?
sneeze.
Slightly quieter. Aaron's been busy. Apparently the old ones wrestled machines as some kind of performance. Called it metal versus meat. A must-see battle between steel. You think we have enough of that going around as it... It is. Gaia warned the code must be delivered to all of them. Most are in plain song, but in
Or you can
recent
grab a
years,
new one.
3 of them wandered.
We have to.
No. So, and T broke down amidst a hurt.
Okay. Tell you what, I'll take care of. I'll need their location.
I'm sending my people made when you see them, and once again,
we're not gonna. I need to get.
Right. That means we'll be.
I'll probably do those after I'm done with the game, because you can do side quests at any time. I don't want to see the end of the game. Soon. Not going to make that joke.
Welcome back.
Last one of these.
There we go. All drones are reconnected to the dome now.
Aloy, I know your experience in Thebes was unsettling, but we have a new problem.
Did something go wrong with Beta and the rig? Will we be able to transport you to Gemini?
The rig...
You can have one more, okay?
I have one.
Mom, I don't know why she did that. Doesn't like these.
...is complete.
I like
the
it.
problem is Hephaestus itself.
I liked it.
It has accelerated its proliferation throughout the Cauldron network, increasing its power.
But with your sub-functions restored, we can still succeed, right?
Correct. But the net effect is that absorbing Hephaestus will take longer than previously calculated.
How long?
Even with Omega clearance, my current estimate is that the merge will take 35 hours.
And each hour increases the risk of detection by the Zeniths.
Sally, get out of the kitchen, please.
2 cores. 2 overrides. What if the merge were carried out by 2 clones of Elizabeth Sobek, both armed with Omega clearance? How long then? Half the time?
Hephaestus would be unprepared for the simultaneous labor of 2 operators, in addition to obvious synergetic efficiencies. Calculating. It would reduce the merge time to approximately 4.
That's way less than half. That's a decent amount.
Varl, it looks like we're gonna need Beta at Gemini. Do you think you can convince her?
I don't know, but I'll try.
What about our diversion? Are the pulse generators ready?
Only a final test remains. I am confident that, if fired in proximity to other cauldrons, the pulses will mask our activities at Gemini from the Zeniths.
Good. As long as Aaron can operate one without shooting himself in the face.
Aloy, you better get down here. Beta's in bad shape.
Okay.
OMG.
Aloy. I tried, but it's impossible. I don't think anything will.
With 5 chapters, woo!
We don't have a choice.
Good luck.
Beta, you have to come with us. It's the only way. It's one mission. The most important one. We need you. Tell me why you won't go. What if they take me back? Alone, in a cell again? Their slave. Forever. We have a solid plan. You helped come up with it. Without you there, the probability that the Zeniths discover us is high. But with you, that risk is much less. We'll get Hephaestus, get out, and come back here. It'll be okay. No! You can't guarantee that. I told you from the beginning we'll never beat them. It's hopeless. Beta. Leave me alone! You don't understand! You're right. I don't understand. We have the same genes, the same mind, the same heart. So why can't you find the strength to do what has to be done? Like Elizabeth would. Don't you think I've thought about that? I don't know what piece of Elizabeth I'm missing. I don't know what you have that I don't.
The upbringing.
I look through all the data.
The upbringing. The difference is she had Rost. Rost trained her to fight, to do what she had to get through. No matter what. Haven't had any of that. Elizabeth had that too because she had to do it. No one else would. Ooh.
From your focus. You were raised as an outcast, shunned, and isolated just like me, so what's the difference? What's my defect?
Because you're a clone doesn't mean you're the same person, though. Ooh. Getting through it fast. Rost. Rost was the difference.
Beta. You don't have a defect. Beta. Look, it's not a piece of Elizabeth. The difference is, I had him. Rost. He raised you, trained you, but he was never warm or loving. The day he died, the day he gave you that charm, he was going to abandon you.
For her sake. He was very loving for having to take in a strange child and take care of her. He wanted her to find her place, which meant he couldn't be around her. He died so that she wouldn't die.
Race the tribe. But then he gave his life for mine. He loved me in his own way. And that was enough. What did he feel like? It was like having a strength that was always there. It's still there. Even now I hear him in my head when things get bad. When it looks impossible, look deeper. And then fight like you can win. You don't have to go on the mission. We'll find another way. I'll go. Like he said, odds are in our favor if I do. We have to succeed. But you have to promise me one thing. Yes, of course. If it goes bad, if the Zeniths find us, I don't want to be their slave again. Do you understand? Okay. Promise? I promise. I could use as much time as you can give me to study up on the merge, to make it as efficient as possible. I'll be ready when you are. I swear.
That was all about her upbringing. I'm sure Elizabeth's parents were the reason she was able to do things in the first place.
Whenever you're ready, come speak to me and I'll ask the others to make final preparations for the mission.
The old ones used holograms for everything.
It let them experience a great many things.
I hope I'm not...
Not at all. The ones Gaia and Beta built. Is everything all right?
Not anymore.
To understand when... Oh, and...
Any more data catch your eye?
All of it? I have so much to study up on. Years, actually. I'm particularly interested in the Odyssey. We knew the ancestors had made it to the moon. In fact, we theorized some of them had settled on it. But Sirius is way farther than that. And we thought journeying across the ocean would be the feat of a lifetime. The sheer calculations needed for space travel, it's overwhelming to think about.
Even so, the Quen are way ahead of other tribes when it comes to understanding this stuff. Where I grew up, everyone thought that stars were sparks that rose from a fire lit by the goddess to guide us through the night. Have you spoken with Zoe at all?
A little bit, but I did hear her singing with Varl not too long ago. I don't think they noticed. So seemed so free when she did it. Like every emotion she had was taking flight in song. And she looked happier because of it. I felt so dull and nervous in comparison.
You should ask Zoe to teach you sometime. About Utaru music.
Maybe.
If you need anything before heading out to the cauldrons.
You have nothing to worry about. Gaia's explained your plan in detail, as expected from such an efficient AI. I've even received some very, succinct combat advice from Katalo. You know, in case the Zeniths show up.
What kind of advice?
He, told me to run.
For now. We'll even the odds soon enough.
Told me to run.
Must be strange to think that some of the ancestors your tribe reveres are still alive. And here on Earth, right now.
Yeah, it is. Part of me's curious to know who else besides Eric Visser might be among them. Maybe Nikita Arand? We call her the Spark. The legacy tells us she brought unlimited energy to the old ones. Or Sung Jiao, whom we call the Healer. It is said she found new ways to extend the ancestors' lifespans. But my curiosity fades when I think of how different our view of Visser was compared to the reality that you experienced. Perhaps it is better not to know.
You mentioned...
Yes, I found references to it. It's called Leviathan. My people discovered it decades ago. A sprawling network. The legacy revealed that the old, but the data from the greenhouse mentions the research facility. It's in San Francisco.
Another Pharaoh facility?
No. Leviathan was so the legacy. If we can acquire that, every year my sister gets terror with Leviathan.
Okay.
That's the thing. But one of our would you come with me? You're much better at
Of course.
Thank you.
I should go. Make sure you talk.
Mayor.
And like I said, I'll let...
I appreciate it.
Hello again, Aloy. Hello, Aloy.
Hey, Gaia. So, me and Beta, I guess you heard what happened.
Yes. I am continuously impressed by the complexity of human relationships. Despite the unpleasant circumstances that led to your quarrel, I am pleased to see you have both found an agreeable resolution.
Well, two heads are better than one, right?
Yes, I believe so. Are you ready to depart for Cauldron Gemini? or we can continue our conversation if you like.
Let's go.
Okay, people. It's time to head out.
I'll get everyone together.
She hasn't really seen the world much.
All right, connections in place. Booting up.
Beta, Aloy. I am fully installed on this core and ready to connect to the Cauldron network.
It's good to hear your voice. Errand, everyone. Fire your pulses and sound off.
I'm at my cauldron. This thingy, it's blinking. Did I do it right?
In position at my cauldron. My pulse generator is blinking also.
That means they're working. I'm in position, and mine is too. Mine as well.
Okay, radio silence until I give the all clear. Signing off. Gaia, let's cage the beast.
Connecting to the Cauldron network now.
Elizabeth Sobek, Alpha Prime, activating Omega clearance. Elizabeth Sobek, Alpha Prime, activating Omega clearance.
Clearance confirmed. Initiating containment sequence.
Lock it down!
Terminating external connections.
It's working. It's got nowhere to go. Wait, what's that?
Malware detected. Attempting to compensate.
It's cracked.
Look!
Autonomous defenses. Collective neutralized.
That means machines are on their way. Get ready.
Here they come.
Give the girl a weapon?
Vorl, stay here. Protect Beta.
Oh my god.
Got it.
Stay behind us.
Be careful.
Stay back.
Stay behind the shield. I put it up for a reason. You too! I got this. The shield will knock it down for a minute if it hits you.
Over here, you!
That's all of them for now.
on, Hephaestus. Don't be a fucking bitch. Get in the fucking cauldron. Not everyone else with no...
Okay, I gotta chase after Hephaestus. Force it out of wherever it's hiding. Make it retreat to the core.
Shit.
Aloy, I'm patching.
I don't think I was supposed to be able to make that.
You should know there's a huge power draw coming from the next chamber.
Thanks for the heads up. I'm almost there. It's some kind of production chamber. Hephaestus is up to something, all right?
What kind of machine is it trying to build?
I don't know, but I'm gonna shut it down. I bet those metal carriers will lead me to where it's getting materials from.
I bet that's where Hephaestus is hiding too.
Looks like there are a couple of ways I could go. Well, that doesn't sound good. Machines are making a beeline for another chamber. I better follow them.
Aloy, I've managed to rewire most of the components in the core, but the energy processor's cracked.
Wait, I gotta find a way past this shield. Miscalculated that landing.
Willem, come this way, or do I need to go a different way for now?
I might be able to catch a ride on the rail. Go over the shield.
I was trying. Stop it.
Maybe there's a way over the shield.
Here we go. God, I don't know why she didn't do it the first time.
There should be a node you can override. Near the central platform.
Thanks. Maybe I should deal with these machines first.
God, you hit that critical part. They would just fucking explode. Oh, shut up, Hephaestus. Come on.
Oh, great. More machines on the way. Beta! Hephaestus has locked me out of a node. Any ideas?
I'll see what I can do.
Got them all.
I tapped into the core's network hub. I managed to disrupt Hephaestus' control of the node. You should be able to override it now.
Nice. Thanks.
Hey, okay. Greetings, Jason.
It sounds like it fled to another chamber.
Well, I'd better not get comfortable.
Oh, he electrocuted the floor.
Hephaestus covered cover the floor with lightning. Gotta find a way over it.
Aloy, more machines keep coming. Please tell me you're getting close.
I'm working on it. I've been smashing through a lot of machines on my side, too.
I guess Aaron's missing out.
Anyway, I'm making progress on the bypass, but I need something to hold the cycling module together.
Maybe a ligament from one of the machine carcasses?
Right. Or some luminous braiding.
And you could reinforce it with a conversion cylinder.
For increased connectivity. I think...
Need to get up there.
I think we can do this, Aloy.
Ow. Electricity! Get up!
Catch a ride on one of those metal carriers. Got it.
I hate those ones. They're good for when the enemy is close, but sometimes they just don't work. Okay. None of them want to work today. That thing, really?
Oh, here we go again.
Oh, that doesn't sound good. I'll try to get your access back.
Oh, you're not dead, buddy. There's a button that makes his tail split. I don't know what purpose this serves in combat.
Node access restored. Now you can override it.
Thank you.
Good work.
You did that first.
Okay. Festus is running out of places to hide.
Amy? I just registered a huge energy surge back in the production chamber. Something big is happening.
Here too. Everything's glowing.
Festus was busy. It must have finished it.
Powerful. Whatever it is. I'm almost done with the core repairs. Should we come to you? Maybe I could distract the machine.
No.
No, I got this.
I think it's charging up.
I got this. I have nothing more to make this, but I got it. You really? Oh my god, it's like 1 inch of health. I was gonna say, you better fucking explode.
It's done.
You did it! There should be one more note to override.
I might have enough to make him now. We'll
stand by. I'm sending Hephaestus back to you. No more hiding, Hephaestus!
Got it! Hephaestus is back in the core!
Make sure it stays there. I'm heading back.
And then we can start the merge.
Because of you, Beta. I'm glad you came along. And you, Varl. We couldn't have done any of this without you.
Right back at you.
Aloy, the bypass is done. The core is stable. Festus is 100% contained. Now we better get started with the merge. It's all set up. Gaia, establish the link, please.
Done.
To complete the merge, we need to excise Hephaestus' malicious code. Carefully.
Uh-oh. Grab Gaia and go.
Well, hello, redundant copy. You cost us quite a lot of time. Eric, get Beta. And squash that bug while you're at it.
Good job, Varl.
Ooh! Get behind me. Come on! Quit screwing around.
Now we're having fun, right?
Oh no. Oh. Well, I was really hoping no one would die.
Finally. Tilda, get Gaia and Hephaestus ready for transport. Tilda!
I failed.
Hush. All is not lost.
Tilda! What the hell are you doing?
Helping us, thank God. She did say that Beta said that Tilda was the nicest to her. What did you do, though?
Beta.
Yes? Okay. Turn the light off, honey. Okay, I'll turn it off. Break. You might need to.
Where am I?
Ah, you're awake. You took quite a hit when Gerard attacked you. I imagine you must still be in a great deal of pain. I can assure you that we are safe. The others can't detect us here.
You mean the other Zeniths? You must be Tilda.
I wasn't sure if Beta would have told you about me.
Where is she?
Alive. And while she isn't where she wants to be, not in urgent danger. We must discuss how to get her back, of course, after you've shaken off the cobwebs. When you're ready, take the stairs down the hall and
I'm hoping that means you got Gaia as well.
In the meantime, I'll make breakfast.
Breakfast. Okay.
Ooh. Bob. Ooh. Oh yeah. So I reached the max level, which is pretty much why I stopped exploring as well. Is there's no reason to do all this exploring just for collectibles when I've reached max level. I think you can still get skill points, but at that point it's not even useful. Hey, Ash! Spinning Scythe, excuse me? God, I need... Attacks.
Why did Tilda bring me here?
And that means she saved Gaia from getting taken. Why would she help us if not to help?
What is this?
Just a few favorites from my collection. Rescued and stored here just before I went off-world. Take a look, if you like. I'm curious to hear your impressions.
My friend is dead. Velde and Gaia are
Come are you today,
You want me
Ash?
to look at old paintings?
Don't be so quick to dismiss the comfort we can find in art, or the insight we might gain.
Hold on, be right back. Alright, that's good.
My favorite pairing on the left is Woman Reading a Letter by Vermeer, a true master. And on the right is a forgery, Woman Reading Music, which fooled experts into believing it was a priceless original. Early in my career, I became fascinated with such deceptions. Eventually, I developed scanning software that could detect fakes with unparalleled accuracy.
Is that how you made enough money to buy your way onto the Odyssey?
Oh no. I made my real fortune later. Selene and Endymion. She's the goddess of the moon, whereas he's a simple shepherd. Beside her is the god of love, Cupid.
So she's sneaking up on him?
More like visiting him in secret. The torch that Cupid bears represents Selene's undying infatuation with him. Though the two must remain apart, her love will forever burn.
Doesn't look like time was very kind to them. I mean, if you've had no one to upkeep it, things will just decay.
This is Rembrandt painting Jeremiah, a man in mourning.
Mourning what?
His home. The ancient city of Jerusalem. He foresaw its impending doom, but could do nothing to prevent it. So instead, he saved its treasures from destruction, just as I saved these works.
I mean, these works aren't doing well after so long.
Spirits. A portrait of the painter, Rembrandt's son Titus.
I hope so too.
Depicted in the habit of
I hope by the time that I've gotten through everything,
I don't get it.
I will have.
Why would someone like you, with infinite resources, care about this painting of a boy in a hood?
It's not the image itself, but the feeling it conveys. The face is bright and defined, but his eyes are downcast, heavy with misfortune. And the background seems to swallow all light. The painting is infused with a sense of loss.
I guess I understand how the painter feels.
Rembrandt's The Night Watch, by far the most famous painting my homeland ever produced. It was commissioned to honor a militia made up of influential citizens.
I guess you must have been an influential citizen.
In my day. But not as influential as you've been in this new world. The Gust. By Willem van de Velde, the most famous of his many maritime paintings.
A ship crossing into the unknown. I guess you're familiar with that.
Indeed, which is why I appreciate this composition in particular. Though waves and wind threaten to destroy the ship, it perseveres, clinging to the light even as darkness closes in all around it.
She's pulling out her own hair. Madness set free. It's hard to watch her suffer.
Stunning, isn't it? Paintings were the only masterpieces of my people's golden age. This is Von Vianen's leaded ewer, molded from a single sheet of silver.
What was it for?
How like Elizabeth you are. Function over form. Its practical purpose was less important than its meaning. Von Vianen created it in honor of his late brother, who himself was a famous silversmith.
A memorial.
Yes. Such beauty from sorrow.
A lot of weight on his shoulders.
Done so soon?
I've got more important things to worry about.
We both do. There is much we are trying to save. Not the least of which is in that vault. There's nothing wrong with savoring such treasures for a moment.
Plot, but further to the plot.
There you are. Feeling better? How did you find us? At the cauldron? And what did you do to everyone right before I passed out?
All business, I see. Well, suffice it to say we were keeping a very close eye on Hephaestus, knowing we would need it at some point. Your ruse didn't fool us, and as for my little trick, it was an overload of the senses, accompanied by an energy discharge. Gerard and Eric were only momentarily disoriented due to their shields, but it rendered you unconscious while I got you out. Perhaps some breakfast might steady you a bit?
This was your house. The one you recreated for Beta, in the data channel you shared.
How perceptive of you. Please, this way.
After everything your people have done, you think I'm just gonna sit down and have a chat with you?
They're not my people. They never were, and especially not now.
You shot off into space with them, and lived with them for 1,000 years before coming back. So what made you suddenly turn on them?
Quite simply, this.
My old focus. You repaired it? But that means you've seen
incredible things. What you've accomplished in 2 decades of life. A 1,000 years at my back, and I haven't even come close. I'm sorry if I invaded your privacy, but I had to. In order to understand. To be enlightened. You truly are Elizabeth's blood. With her drive, her sense of mission, her integrity. Watching all this shamed me for the company that I've kept. Having seen it, all I want is to help you.
Even if it means stopping your friends?
Especially so. Please, sit down. There. That's better. Now, we must recover Beta and Gaia at all costs. By now, you must know that Gerard intends to use Gaia to reboot the Earth's biosphere, remaking this world to specifications that would only suit us immortals. This process will kill every living thing on the planet. He calls it a clean install.
Not if I stop him first.
Not if we do. And once he and the others are gone, we can work together to fulfill Elizabeth's dream. I'm sure Beta told you that there's a build of the Apollo database on board our ship. A complete collection of human knowledge. With that and Gaia, we could do everything Elizabeth wanted. Heal the biosphere, educate the people of this world, uplift them. Create the world she imagined.
Or why not just let people grow as they are?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. From what I've seen, your friends are invincible.
I do wish you would stop calling them my friends. And they're not invincible. In fact, a friend of yours has found a way to defeat them.
Silence.
Oh, he's been a busy bee, building an army powerful enough to crash through Gerard's precious base.
Yeah. Regala and her rebels.
Even now she's preparing a final march on the Tenakth capital. When she wins, she'll have the entire tribe under her control. Hundreds of warriors and machines to throw at the base. She's been duped. They'll all perish, of course. But it should be enough to break Gerard's defenses and allow Silence to kill him. Along with all the others.
Using the new weapon he's developed.
Yes, he's found a way to circumvent our shields. Truly an exceptional man. He's planned for everything. Except you and me. You see, while his army is battering down Gerard's doors, you and I will sneak in through a back way. One that only I know about. While Silence and my friends are busy battling each other, we'll take back Beta and Gaia. I told you I want to help you. I mean it.
You said Beta is not in urgent danger, so what are the Zeniths doing to her?
Putting her to work. Merging Hephaestus with Gaia. A difficult, time-consuming task, as I'm sure you know. They will compel her if need be. But her life is not in danger. She's the only one who can do it.
Because you people made her to be nothing but a tool.
Gerard's idea, not mine. They always viewed me with suspicion when I attempted any form of kindness towards her. That's why I created the data channel. A virtual place where we could speak in peace.
So this channel you shared with Beta, none of the other Zeniths ever found out about it.
Gerard believes he's the most cunning of all of us. Even after 1,000 years, he still can't imagine that I would outwit him. The channel allowed me to interact with Beta away from their mistrustful eyes. It offered us a chance to be ourselves.
Until you cut off all contact.
Yes, though it pained me. I was worried that our meetings would do her more harm than good.
Well, she felt like you tossed her aside.
I was afraid the others would find out and punish her. She may not have had the comforts of friendship anymore, but at least I ensured she was safe. I know it seems harsh, but you must believe that her well-being has always been paramount to me.
Why did you make the data channel look like this place?
I built this house as a shelter to weather any storm. A safe place. Not just for me, but for the art stored below. Cultural artifacts of incalculable value. Truly some of the greatest achievements of human civilization.
And you wanted Beta to see them?
Yes. Her upbringing was so cold and technical. I thought if she could experience Vermeer and Rembrandt, it would bring something else into her life. A heritage every bit as valuable as the scientific and technical data being drummed into her. I'm sorry I had to cut off contact, but I'll never regret sharing this house with her. She needed its shelter even more than I did.
Beta told me your colony was destroyed. That you came back to Earth because you had nowhere else to go.
It's true. After we reached our destination, a planet in the Sirius star system, we spent decades building a new home. The physical constraints of Earth, the boundaries of mortality, gone. To think of what we could have done with it. It might have been a utopia. Instead, we stagnated, absorbed in effortless comforts and virtual realities.
See, this is why it's good that the Apollo's information got destroyed, because they were living the same way. Holograms and stuff, and then the war with the robots happened. So it's probably good that they didn't have all that information just to go back to having things the easy way.
To finally yank us out of our stupor.
What happened?
A massive geological event. We knew of instabilities in the planet core, but we underestimated them. By the time the collapse was upon us, it was too late to stop it. Only a few of us made it to the ship in time. We set course for Earth, the only safe harbor left to us.
Which you decided to make unsafe for anyone else.
Not me. Gerard. He believes it's better to wipe the canvas clean than work around the smudges. No more primitive tribes, no more combat machines, only a blank slate to do with as he pleases. But we will stop him. All we have to do is get into that base.
What exactly is your plan to sneak into the Zenith Base?
We will make use of a lesson I learned from an early age. Always know your exits. In this case, a place where Gerard's new construction meets the ancient foundation, a passage that only I can access. When Silence flings his army at the base, we will enter through this back door, bypassing most of the fighting. The distraction will provide us with a window in which to rescue Beta and Gaia.
Once we're inside the base, where will we find Beta and Gaia?
Here in the command center. By then, Gaia will have been reunited with all of its subordinate functions, including Hephaestus.
What about the alpha build of Apollo on your ship?
A simple matter of recovery once the others have been dealt with. With that in hand, we'll have everything we need to make this world as it should be.
Change the world, other than making robots less dangerous.
How do you know about Silence's plan?
He isn't the only one adept at spyware.
You hacked his focus?
No, he's too careful for that. But his subordinates? Not so much. He gave additional focuses to the tribals he branded the Sons of Prometheus.
The ones working with Regala.
By tapping their focuses, I learned about most of his dealings. The distribution of override technology, the arming of Tanakh rebels, and the secret pact with Regala to attack Gerard's base.
But how did he come up with a weapon that can take down your shields?
That's the one thing I haven't been able to figure out, but however he did it, I'm quite certain it will work. With it and the Tanakh army, victory seems to be within his grasp. Such a shame he'll be disappointed.
Regala's only interested in killing Hekarro and waging war on the Karja. What does she have to gain by attacking Zeniths?
It's the price she must pay for her war. Without the ability to override machines, her little rebellion would have languished in the desert.
So she trades with the Sons of Prometheus. Machines to help her overthrow Hekarro.
In exchange for an assault on the base. Pride has deluded her into thinking she can actually survive such a battle. And all without ever knowing who the Sons of Prometheus really answer to. Yet for all of Silence's brilliance, still he underestimates you. That blind spot is what will allow us to take Beta and Gaia right out from under him.
While hundreds of Tanakh are cut down outside. My old focus. How did you find it, let alone repair it? When we encountered you at the Hades Proving Lab, Gerard saw you as a redundancy. I knew better. You were a revelation. After your dramatic escape, bravo, by the way. Gerard and Eric assumed you were dead and gave up the hunt. I wasn't so sure. When the others were busy, I returned to the lab and searched for any trace of you. That's when I found this little treasure. Not easy to repair, but certainly worth the effort. As I watched your life unfold, you were like a splash of color on a worn canvas. What Liz was, and more. Did you show it to the others? Of course not. It was your actions that inspired me to defy them. It's worth noting that if I hadn't found it and watched its contents, I wouldn't have known to save you at the cauldron. You'd be dead. So I should be grateful? If you like. So you know all about me. What about you? What would you like to know? Well, start with your life on Earth. When I was 8, terrorists flooded my home city. Thousands drowned, my parents included. I was one of the few who survived. My guardian sent me to boarding school. Among my peers, I was the strange girl, the orphan to be avoided. All because of circumstances beyond my control. Oh. So we're a lot alike, huh? Aren't we? You were an outcast. But you didn't let that stop you from getting what you needed. Neither did I. I climbed my way out of desolation and used my wits to build a fortune. First, from the technical analysis of art and the detection of forgeries. Profitable expertise in those days. But as it turned out, the software I developed was even more useful for counterintelligence. From there, it was only a short step to gathering extremely valuable intelligence on my own. You were a spy? More like a service one could turn to for information. I had to remain anonymous, of course, to protect my privacy. But despite that anonymity, Far Zenith inevitably sought me out. What happened when Far Zenith approached you? They painted an irresistible vision of humanity's future. One where we need not fear illness or death, where we explored the furthest reaches of the stars and thrived. It was only later that I realized that they only intended to bequeath this future to the rich and powerful. By the time I finally figured it out, the walls were closing in, Pharaoh's machines were devouring the earth. So I accepted Far Zenith's invitation to a berth on the Odyssey. I wanted Liz to come, but she had nobler plans, as you well know. So you didn't know the other Zeniths were monsters until it was too late? I knew some of them were, certainly. It wasn't until we were off-planet that I understood the true scope of their greed. I was grateful to simply be alive, but the others became obsessed with a kind of effortless immortality. They built a colony where machines serviced their every need, where any memory or fantasy could be endlessly savored in virtual reality. It wasn't life. It was stultifying, a pampered dream state. As the decades passed, I withdrew more and more, alone yet again, but this time with eons to consider my mistakes. Now finally, having met you, I feel like I have a second chance. To do what? Help you, of course. To fulfill Liz's dream, which isn't so different from Far Zenith's original vision. A better future for humanity. So you knew Elizabeth. What was she like?
Liz was everything she was. I see in you. And more. Your ingenuity, your determination, your moral compass. You've managed to distill her greatest qualities and make them your own.
I'm not asking about me. Tell me about Elizabeth. What was she really like?
The honest answer is that I don't actually know. For all the time that I spent with her, she always kept a part of herself locked away. It was like that from the moment we met.
So when you met Elizabeth, she was what? Distant? Aloof?
Not aloof. Not exactly. It was a summit in Paris about machine learning, a touchy subject in those days, because regulatory authorities were just starting to clamp down on AIs. Liz gave the keynote address. She had already achieved great renown for her work in automated environmental reclamation. But in her address, she was just starting to imagine the next step, an AI-driven system that wouldn't just act on its programming, but actually take responsibility for its sphere of influence.
To care about life, not just follow orders.
Revolutionary stuff. I was fascinated. And I wanted to meet her for a long time. I watched her after her talk. She had spoken with such moral authority, such empathy. But after that, she retreated. I could tell she felt uncomfortable with all of her admirers. It was as if giving the talk had cost her something. I didn't want to be a pest, so I planned my approach carefully.
So how did you finally approach Elizabeth after her talk?
I picked the right moment. The morning of the next day, right as she came back to the conference, she had just had her coffee. She was fresh, rested. It was like she had braced herself for the onslaught of colleagues. I asked if I could walk with her, then put forth a question about her talk that I thought was intelligent. Her answer made me realize it wasn't, but she was very welcoming. Almost as if we were previously acquainted. It was only halfway through the conversation that I realized she knew exactly who I was. It was quite a shock to me. My business was trafficking in secrets, and I took great pains to protect my anonymity. So that was Liz, perpetually one step ahead. I came to view our meeting as a metaphor for our friendship. She always seemed to know me far better than I knew her.
I guess I know the feeling. First Varl, now Hikaru and the Tenakth. Your plan would wipe out an entire tribe. There has to be another way.
We are in an admittedly desperate situation, but I assure you there isn't. Remember Zero Dawn. Elizabeth's sacrifice. Sometimes many have to die for a new world to grow.
If it looks impossible, look deeper.
Except she's Rust, child, not.
Right. The data channel. It still exists, doesn't it? I need you to open it. Let me talk to Beta.
Impossible. We might be detected.
It's worth the risk. There is another way, one where the Tenakth survive.
But we won't. If the others...
If you want to help, open it. What are they doing to her?
Virtual reality dissociation. The manual merge of Hephaestus will take hours upon hours of tedious micromanagement. If she resists the work, they run simulations to induce feelings of isolation and despair.
Beta, can you hear me?
You're alive. They're watching me. I can't hold up this extra protection for long. You should have killed me.
No. No, look at me. I'm coming for you. I promise. Okay? I just need you to hold out a little while longer and work on the merge.
Then I think it can be done.
I'll contact again when it's time. Can you hold on?
As long as I know you're coming for me, I can endure anything.
All right. I did as you asked. Now I think you need to tell me what you're planning.
I'm going to take Silent's army away. I don't need it. Only the weapon he made to penetrate your shields.
And how do you propose to get it? Ask him nicely?
Without Regala and her rebels, he won't have a choice. We'll be his only option.
Only option for what? What did you tell?
Alrighty, Jumpy.
That is between me and my sister.
Aww.
Will be Silent's only option
That's
for crashing
adorable.
that base. I'll tell you the
Aloy.
rest later. But first, there are a couple of things I have to do.
Oh. And what are those?
Lay my friend to rest. And then I'm going to use the override that Beta gave me at Gemini to put an end to Regala's rebellion. From the air.
Oh yeah, I can fly the bird thing now.
Wait. Since you insist on doing things your way, I know of something that will truly help you make a grand entrance with the Tenakth. The ancient Horus Titans still possess electromagnetic energy cells as part of their arsenal. Drop one of those on Regala's army and they'll receive quite a surprise. So go, do what you must. I'll come to your base if you manage to bring silence to the table.
Not if. When. Erend, are you there?
Aloy! Aloy, is that really you?
Yeah, it's me. Where's everyone else?
We're all... we're back at base. What happened?
It might be easier to explain in person. I'll try to join you there when I can.
Okay. We'll wait here for you. It's good to hear your voice, Aloy.
There's any more, to read.
Just to let you know, I'm now patched into your focus network.
Great. I take it the other Zeniths can't hear us?
Of course not. And they don't know about your base either, in case you were wondering. I've sent you data on the Horus energy cells you can use against Regala's forces. Reach out to me when you're ready to acquire one.
Understood.
When you're wounded, you have to strike back. Draw blood.
Hey, can't I get one damn minute to mourn my friend?
Regala is going to slaughter my tribe to overthrow Hikaru. The Zeniths have Beta and Gaia. We can't sit around wallowing in our losses.
He has a point.
Kotallo's right.
Yeah.
We must
Varl's
fight.
death is in
All right.
vain if
so
you
what
don't
are we
do
gonna
anything.
do, huh? Take on all of Regala's rebels?
Not to mention the Zeniths. What can we even do? Throw ourselves at their base?
Something like that. So...
After we lost contact with you, we regrouped and went to Gemini. What happened? The recording we found on Varl's focus cut off when that Zenith Eric...
The Zeniths were tracking Hephaestus. When Gaia trapped it in Gemini, they knew where we were. After Varl tried to stop them. They took Beta and Gaia. I only survived because one of the Zeniths turned against the others to save me.
One of them? Well... at least we didn't lose you too. So what do we do now?
We're going to defeat the Zeniths. And get Beta and Gaia back. But first, we're going to stop Regala.
How?
Back in Gemini, Beta gave me a gift. There's something I need to do first to make it work, but it could put an end to the bloodshed.
Word is, Regala's readying her army for an all-out assault on the Grove. I need to be there.
I know. Go. Stand with Hikaru. And keep an eye on the sky.
Strike true as the 10.
The rest of you, whatever preparations you need to make, upgrades, resupplies, get on it. It won't be long before we take the fight to the Zeniths.
We'll be ready, Aloy. And when you're ready, meet me outside the east exit. I'd like to have a word in private.
Even when things are darkest, you're the flame that lights the way forward.
Just tell me one thing. Am I gonna get to smash up a bunch of Zenith bastards?
We all are.
Good.
Before I do anything else, I should check on Zoe. It sounded important. You look busy.
My studies are a good Varl, and that's just the beginning.
We won't let... So, all of the tribes here are new to you?
Yes, I've been studying up on them. The most fascinating one thus far has been the Tanacht, an entire culture based on the holograms of an ancient museum. There's much they've misinterpreted, not unlike the Quen. But still, there's a nobility to what they've become. They're honorable and fearless.
And deadly. How are you holding up?
Varl's loss is heavy on everyone's mind. I didn't know him well, but I can see how much he meant to the others. Zoe and Erend seem to have taken to it the hardest, but I don't quite know what to say to them.
They need time to sort through it.
And what about you? Will time heal your wounds?
I don't know. I try not to think about it.
Yeah, you can think about it after.
Seems like everyone's ready to take the fight to the enemy.
Kotallo more than most. If I were this Regala, I wouldn't want to cross him on the battlefield.
Regala still has a lot of machines on her side.
That's where you come in, I suspect.
If my plan works. Tilda, the Zenith that Beta mentioned, she was the one who rescued me.
Did she say why?
She knew Elizabeth Sobek. Seems to think helping me is honoring her in some way. She was willing to share information on both Silence's plans and the other Zeniths.
But you still don't trust her. Where I come from, the more valuable the knowledge shared, the higher the price extracted. I'd be careful if I were you, Aloy.
Oh yeah, I don't trust her either.
I should get going. Be ready to go on my
I won't let you.
I know. And I haven't forgotten about. I'll let you know.
Thank you.
I'll do that after. Keep a save file right before.
I thought you were gonna go.
I wanted to check.
Don't worry about me. I'll be there when you.
I never doubt it.
Oh, I'm glad you're.
So am I. I know you hate waiting, but.
Well, you go do what you got. Are you okay? It's not just Varl. I almost lost it when I realized my sister had been taken.
I'm getting her back.
Understood.
Do you think so we'll be okay?
I don't think anyone's ever okay after losing the one they love. I can't tell you she's handling it better than I ever did. That keeps the rest of us level-headed.
Well, her beliefs make it seem like it was.
Anybody take you up on that ale you brought yet?
Zoe can't stand the smell of it. I
You're
tried
welcome
Alva, but I don't
back.
think she knows what taking a break means.
What about Catalo?
Now there's a man. Pretty sure we downed half a kit.
I need to.
You do be.
I'll do my best.
Ready to talk to Zoe. Feels so bad. Thing is, I kind of should have seen it coming. Because Varl's been in both games. Just like Rost, he was important.
Oh, this time I've been so
And they did show her seeing Varl as Rost earlier in the game. Like the biggest fucking hint they were gonna kill him.
On what Elizabeth was like, what she would do. I was wrong to hold Beta to that standard. I probably shouldn't even be doing it to myself. I'll try to do better.
Shouldn't you? Not Elizabeth. Allowed to be your own person.
When it looks impossible, look deeper. And then fight like you can win. I will, Rost. Now and always. So Silent's plan was to trick Regala into sacrificing her tribe in a hopeless battle against the Zeniths. It's so heartless. Hikaru, Dekka, Catalo, countless others. I won't let their lives be thrown away.
Also, I find it interesting that Silence is never the main bad guy. He's just always an annoying pain in the ass. Really just needs to be murdered. But he's never the actual bad guy.
Focus. It's Varl's. I used to think no Nora would ever accept one. But Varl did. Even when he was overwhelmed. He refused to let me push him away. I failed Varl at Gemini. I should have pushed harder. I should have done more. I'd give anything to have him back.
Good thing. It ended up with you getting killed. Jumped off the cliff.
Keep moving, keep moving.
Over here, Aloy. we would come out here to tend to the garden. Sometimes I needed fresh air. Other times we would simply sit and watch the sunrise. So when we returned from Gemini, it seemed fitting that he be laid to rest here. Now he can always look out at Plainsong and... further east, to the Nora sacred lands.
He would have liked that.
He often spoke of his sister, Vala. He said she used to gather her favorite golden blooms and tie them to her spear. Their mother called it useless, but Vala was stubborn.
Yeah, she seemed like that.
It wasn't easy, but I tracked down the flower, gathered its seeds. As verdant leaves wither, roots rot in snow, still the sea rises, as certain as stone. From death follows new life. So it is with the land. And so it is with us.
You pregnant?
I'm with child, Avoy. I was going to tell him when he got back from Gemini. Instead, one day, I'll bring our child here. We'll sit among the blooms and watch the sunrise.
I never got to tell him. To thank him. For saving my life, sure, but also for not giving up on me.
He always knew.
Goodbye, Varl. I promise to look after them.
Means no more getting her involved. He needs to stay somewhere safe. Oh god, there's a sit with Varl option. I don't. Game, you don't have to hurt me. You don't need to hurt me.
I need to go to the fabrication terminal to install the new override on my spear. Now I'm the sun wing and get ready for an
Hurt me,
entrance
game.
we'll never forget.
Hello there. Cause you need to hurt me. You don't need to give me a sit with Varl option. I don't need that in my life. Thanks. I don't need the pain.
Before I forget,
Frost was bad enough that you could visit like his grave. Don't.
I just know they meant a lot to you.
The pain.
Override installed. Now to find a sunwing. I think there are some roosting at the top of the mountain.
You wait, we're taking those spaces.
Sorry I ran into you. Oh my god, I'm
Think you can
sorry.
manage things here while I go help Akaro?
Stopping Regala's war. It'll help us take the fight to the Zeniths?
Yes.
Then I'll make sure the rest of us are ready.
You were gonna stay here.
Okay.
No, you were not going with us to do any of this.
We'll be facing Spectre drones soon. Aaron fought them before, so...
Already asked him to run us through some combat drills. He moves like an oaf, but he's good with that hammer.
You look like you have something on your mind.
We're going to war soon. And war is something I promised myself I'd left behind in the Red Raids. But The more of your data I go through, every voice I hear, every word I read from her ancient past, it makes me realize just how much life was given so that ours could flourish. Fighting for that gift, it's our responsibility. If we fail, it was all for naught.
Helps to know you're not alone.
For a moment there, you sounded like Varl.
I don't know what you're talking about. How's Aaron doing?
For a moment there, he thought he'd lost both you and Varl. But he never truly succumbed to despair. Guess that Oseram's stubbornness comes in handy sometimes.
I know we both want to make the Zeniths pay for what they've done, but once we infiltrate their base, our priority will be to get Gaia and Beta out of there.
Don't worry. I won't go seeking revenge like some blood-crazed Tenakth. Wherever your arrow strikes.
Yeah, she has other things to think about.
Let's hope we hit our
We
targets.
shouldn't be taking her with us. What if she dies? She is pregnant. She should not be coming with us.
Whatever you plan on doing against Regala.
She's perfectly capable,
You
but
better return to us
we
in
should
one
not.
piece.
This game already killed Varl. I don't have any trust or faith now. Nervous.
Okay, I need to find a Sunwing to override. Better head up the mountain.
Going down the mountain. Oh. Right back. Ride a bird thing that I saw in the trailers. Don't make me actually control it.
Good. There's Sunwings up here. We'll have to
So
approach
many
them quietly.
Sunwings. Just sitting here.
I don't have the override data for that
You do.
machine
Shut
yet.
the fuck up,
I better
Aloy.
look in more cauldrons.
You have it. You did this in the first chain too. I don't have the override. Yes, you do. You're doing it right now.
Got it. Whoa. This is it. I'm in the air.
Hold on for your life. I mean, you have a paraglider. You'd be fine. Oh god, I have to control it. What did I say? What did I say? I said I don't want to be in charge of this. I said don't put me in charge of the flying. To do a barrel roll. Oh my god, no.
Tilda, I'm in the air.
Then you'll want to pick up an energy cell on one of the ancient Horus Titans. But first you must send out a pulse to activate them. I've sent you the necessary software. To deploy it, you'll have to override one of the communication machines you refer to as Tolmecs. There's one in the middle of the desert that should do nicely.
This is how you get on that tall neck. We're gonna jump off the goddamn bird. Video game, I'm not comfortable with this.
There's a tall neck.
Actually, it's got feather-like wings. It's a bird. All dinosaurs are birds. How do I do?
Know how to land this thing.
Land on the tall neck. You've got to be kidding. Ah, gotcha. Fuck.
That's it. What's what? I've come up with a new recipe.
Thank you for the follow.
Try it.
Back here. Go.
Made it.
Well, that went smoother than the fucking car played in 15, so...
Okay, Tilda. I've overridden the tall neck.
Good. And the energy cells are now primed. Simply pick one up on a Horus. The nearest one should be northwest of your position. Dropping it on Regala's machine should produce quite a spectacle.
Thanks for the assist.
I told you, I want to help.
No!
I threw her in the air, off of its toesies. Well, that was a way to fly. I'm really glad this is an endgame thing. I could not have this the entire game. But when I've already explored most everything, this is a good way to get around. Just the fact that it grabs her by its feet and then flings her onto its back is not a necessary way to do this.
Regala's rebels. Reinforcements, maybe. Heading for the grove. I hope a colony in this knock can hold out a little longer.
Yep.
There's the energy cell. Right on the Titan's back.
Oh, she can pick it up while on the bird.
Now onto the grove. Pulse from the tall neck should have reactivated all the energy cells in the region. I should be able to pick up more from the Horus I fly to. It'll be useful, even after I deal with Regala. Go.
Regala's inside.
side. Hikara will soon be dead. It's all over, Chaplain. I gotta drop it now. Here goes.
Just assume it's Aloy, guys.
She flies in the wings of the 10. The tide has turned. Push through. End of the line, Hikara. Now, on your
Jump on my
knees,
bird!
I'll give you the death you didn't have the spine to give me.
They're down! The machines! All of them! They're down!
The smirk Hikara had! What? He's like, that's Aloy.
Enough bloodshed! Let's settle this. You and me. Easy to say when you're atop a machine. Well, that was just to get your attention. I don't need any help to take you down. Fine. I accept your challenge. And once I'm done with you, I'll get to finish the slaughter. We'll see about that.
The duel is set. Let none interfere.
You know what? Let's do this with our weapon. Pull out the bow. Why not? Would you stop kicking me down places? Aloy, just jump to the bottom, please. Are you really pulling out a fucking bow? Okay, well, I was gonna fight you fairly. But since you wanna be a bitch, fuck you fairly. Just yeet you around with my bombs. You don't want to fight fairly? Fuck it. I was gonna be nice. You know, a duel should just be between you, me, and Blades, not whatever the fuck you're doing.
This is where it ends. Yeah, it is.
Just fight me like normal. There we go.
Live on as a memory!
Touch me.
I will know how tamely you get your life! Here I am again, on my knees before bootlicks and cowards. Go ahead, run me through.
I can hear her voice now. Her voice actress is Angela Bassett. I can actually hear her voice now.
Shut your mouth, traitor.
It was you who flew in on the wings of the 10. You who challenged her. By our rights, you must decide her fate. I spared her once. It only made things worse. She was the best of my marshals. What a waste.
She's dangerous, all right. But maybe that's exactly what I need.
Cowards! What more do you have to conspire about?
Whether you live or die.
Why would she help us, though? There's no reason for her actually to help us. He is tough, and he does seem to want to keep her alive. But look at what happened now because she was alive.
You led a rebellion that tore a tribe apart. All for bloodlust and revenge. Maybe the only thing you deserve is to die right here. Or maybe that fury can be directed at the real enemy.
You want to ally with her? How can you even trust her?
Despite all that she's done, she's never been one to break her word.
And will she give it?
I won't beg for my life. Decide.
I'm not here to forgive you for your crimes. But there's another battle ahead. Against an enemy more powerful than anything you can imagine. And I need people. A squad. That's willing to do whatever it takes.
I don't want your mercy.
It's not mercy. The battle I'm talking about will be charging into a nightmare.
A better death than this? Yes. My blood is yours. Your enemies are mine.
Meet us at our stronghold, in the mountains near Plainsong.
You mean to send her alone? Without even an armed guard?
She does not need it.
I will be there. You have my word.
We'll hold you to it.
Chief, there's something you both need to see. In the throne room.
Your plane throne?
He surrendered to our guards outside the grove. Claims he has an urgent message for the Outlander who defeated Regala.
So, state it.
It's for her alone.
State it. These are all my people.
From an interested party.
Silence, you mean?
I'm gonna need some privacy.
Clear the room. Put him with the rest of Regala's soldiers.
I'll see you back at base.
You saved the tribe. Let me help you with your mission.
No. With Regala gone, you have a chance to build the future you dreamed of. So get to your task.
Then at least allow me to give you this. Armor for the battle ahead. May it keep you safe.
Thank you.
All the chiefs and kings have this like big crush on Aloy. Me too, bro.
Do you have any idea what you've just done?
Yeah, it was on purpose.
Oh, it's a pleasure to see you too, Silence.
Congratulations on your victory. You saved the Tanakh for a few weeks. Unfortunately, you've doomed the entire planet as well.
Wrong. I don't need a Tanakh army to defeat the Zeniths.
Oh, Eloy. Have you learned nothing about the enemy we're up against?
More than you, hiding whatever hole you found. My idea is just better than anything you ever came up with.
Go on.
No, not here. We're doing this my way. Face to face, and with the weapon you've developed.
And why would I agree to that?
Because I'm your only way of beating the Zeniths, and getting the copy of Apollo that's on their ship. So meet me at my base. Mountains west of Plainsong. Time to submit to the inevitable silence and follow the person who actually knows what she's doing. Don't be late.
You're not wearing actual shoes. That had to hurt.
Tilda, you there? I did it. Silence is on board. So head to my base.
Impressive. I'll be there as soon as I can.
Now that I can fly, I might want to see what else I can do before I head back.
So,
Not good. This is just everyone I've helped through the game. This would actually be a good point. Make a different save. I think I can do most of the stuff after the game. But just in case, like, some of the quests disappear. I know all the question marks and stuff will stay. Quests are game. Oh, I got an armor that looks like his. I wouldn't say it's that great. But you know what? It looks cool. Weak for things that look cool. So that's that.
May honor guide you. Honor and strength.
I'm gonna go do the workbench real fast. Here are the armors. I do like this one. It's his, basically. Basically got his armor.
I know. As soon as I get leave, I'm heading over to train.
I've heard of you.
Yes. Nope, Mama's. Yeah? Okay, well, Mama's doing it. I don't do that. Be another time, baby. Not right now. How does... It's not bad. Yes.
Your exploits must require supplies.
The next cool route.
I mean, honestly, her armors haven't really mattered much. I feel like they mattered a lot more in the first one because you would have more blend of stealth, one for stealth, one for everything.
Is always welcome at this arena.
If it isn't Regala's conqueror, we owe you our thanks.
islands. There. Probably not much left. But I don't want to sit for however, because it hours.
Hey, Mr. Know-It-All is here. You know, your focus buddy who never smiles. I didn't know what to do with him, so I had him wait in your room.
Got it. Thanks. Well, Silence. Looks like you finally found a door you could open without me.
I'm glad it's there, actually. It kept me from having to mingle with the company you keep. But enough prattle. I believe you owe me an explanation. Your plans for the Zenith Base?
You're right. I do owe you. My spear in your throat for deceiving me again. At the Hades Proving Lab.
I doubt you asked me here for that kind of reckoning.
No. Right now, I need your help. So I'm giving you one final chance. But if you ever betray me again, I will kill you no matter what the circumstance. Understood?
Very well. Though we'll both face a decidedly short future if you can't get us inside that base.
Aloy, your other guest is here. She's, coming to you.
Thanks. Good timing. The truth is, I can't actually get us into the base. But she can.
The company you keep is even worse than I thought.
Not a fan of surprises, are you? Oh, look. That must be your little invention.
Does the weapon work? Without self-destructing?
Of course it does. I've eliminated the imperfections and greatly improved its design and output.
How can we be sure?
Care for a demonstration?
Enough, both of you. We're in this together, at least for now. Go talk to Erend. Tell him I said to give you rooms of your own. I'll come see you when I get a chance.
Oh, no. You first.
Both of you walk through the goddamn door. Jesus fucking Christ.
Better get everyone in the control room so Tilda can tell us what she knows about the Zenith. With Regala out of the way, Hikaru and Zanok, they're safe. The future's up to them now. I do wish they'd drop all the honorary names they've given me.
You flew in a giant fucking bird.
Anything about them. That is not a battle I am going to.
I think they're allowed to be honored that you came in a giant bird and stopped robots. Just give them that.
I'm gonna clean my gear later. I could do yours if you want.
I cleaned it already.
Yeah, of course.
He's trying.
Thank you.
Don't mention it. Aloy, you came.
Wish I could say we don't need even Regala.
Yeah.
Right. Doesn't look like any of our guests are making trouble.
Yet. So, Katalo tells me you flew. Well, that's new. I've been busting my balls trying to learn to read. You're out there having all the fun.
Don't worry. You'll be getting all the fun you can handle soon. With the Zeniths.
Looking
I could teach you how to do the flying.
I guess Silence is keeping to himself, as usual.
I was hoping he'd give me an excuse to hammer his sorry ass to the ground.
Please don't.
You telling me you wouldn't want to get just one good hit?
Oh, I think we should just kill him right after this. Listen.
After everything he's done?
I really thought he was going to be the big bad guy.
Right now, he's got something we need.
Based off the ending of the last game. Would eagerly want to murder him.
You, talked to Tilda at all?
I tried. I don't think even a hot forge could melt that ice. And you say she wants to help?
I think so. Let's hope. I better get...
Oh, you know...
Aloy, I'm glad to see you. I heard you get... I was half expecting you to burst.
Sorry to disappoint. Ready to head over to the Zenith Base?
Whatever comes, we will endure.
Have you talked to any of our...
Erend and I tried speaking to Silence, but apparently our tribal prattle is unnecessary.
Charming, isn't he? Thoughts on our new Zenith acquaintance?
I'd say she smells like death, but even death smells of something. She's more like a cold piece of metal, bent on repelling all semblance of life.
She's definitely different. I have to go.
I'll make sure...
Thanks.
There you are.
Hey, Erend. Haven't seen you since the battle at the...
I saw you fly on the wings of the Ten, and paralyze Regala's army with lightning. I would say that I am... inspired.
Thank you, I guess.
It is I who should be thanking you.
Things will get ugly once the Zeniths realize we're in their base. You'll need every trick you've ever learned.
I would have it no other way. Many soldiers died in the old world to make sure we stood here today. We will endure on their behalf. Though, I am curious how you intend to defeat the Zenith's defenses without an army of our own.
Leave that to me. Just make sure you're ready to fight.
As you say.
Think you're ready to put up...
I am to Nacht.
Look, I know you're... but I want her on our side when we fight the Zeniths.
It is more than she deserves. Even so, I will not question your judgment.
Thank you, Kotallo. You nervous about the mission?
If I live, it will be in... What matters most is that you achieve...
I'll do my best. Did you meet...
There is something about... I wouldn't be surprised if my sword went through her and she didn't bleed at all.
Honestly, with her... I have to go...
Understood.
You flew? Kotallo told me. And took out Regala's machines? You know what? I don't even know why I'm surprised. Does this mean we're...
Almost. You sure... I know things must...
I've already... Why not a few immortals with lethal...
Guess the more... Are you okay?
I was wondering. She seems...
Don't worry. The Zeniths.
If you say...
I hope...
The Silence...
He is. He refuses to do...
Oh.
You know that... Yeah.
He's born without that.
I suppose you saw that...
I almost went up to her to ask. Every diviner I know would kill to get fight, but now that she's here, I don't know if I'm scared of finding... Probably, but... I'll be...
Yes?
No, bad guy here. He's green bad guy.
Oh.
There's one bad.
Okay, well, I'm doing it right now. Maybe later, okay?
Did you need something?
Oh. Right, I didn't see you for a second. I'm looking. This is my base. Go in the rooms if I want to.
Okay. Maybe it's time to get everyone together so Tilda can brief us. But is there anything I should handle?
Okay, so this is her giving me a hint to this stuff. Okay, I want to do that tomorrow. actually want to head outside.
I see you, champion. Sit, please.
If you walk by, you'll
Wait.
miss out on a good trade.
Why is it red? Save. Save them both. Go do.
Sit with me, Outlander. I've got something to tell you.
Okay. Alright. Leave it here. And I'll pick it up tomorrow and probably finish it. Bye, guys. Take care.